Good morning, California, and welcome to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting for September 18th. I'm Neil Fornashari, and along with Commissioner Sarah Sadwani, we will be the co-chairs for this meeting today. To get things started, is Robbie calling roll?
Yes.
Well, hi, Robbie. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kennedy?
Here.
Commissioner Lamont? Commissioner Sadwani?
Here.
Commissioner Sanai?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor?
Present, sorry.
Commissioner Toledo?
Here.
Commissioner Turner?
So glad to be here.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Here.
Commissioner Yee?
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad?
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa?
Here.
Commissioner Anderson?
Here.
Commissioner Fernandez?
Presente.
And Commissioner Fornashari?
I am here.
You have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Katie, looks like we have a lot of interest in providing input. So if you can call for public comment, that would be great.
Absolutely, Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted, enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed. It is 874-2644-7183 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says, "The host would like you to talk," and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. And in today's meeting, we will have a 2-minute period with a warning at 30 seconds remaining and 15 seconds remaining. We will begin with caller with the last four, 2716. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing star 6. Caller 2716, the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Connie Ramirez. CONNIERAMIREZ. I live in Merced County. Merced, as you know, used to be covered under Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. As Section 5 is no longer the law, we would not want to return to an earlier state, or possibly worse when it comes to our voting power. In past redistricting, whether it was done by the legislature, courts, or commission, line drawers had to explicitly look at the existing lines first before redrawing new lines. I highly recommend that some of the visualizations take those existing lines into consideration. In particular, those lines which have created a demonstrative ability for Latinos to elect. For example, for the state Senate, you would certainly want a visualization showing the district drawn completely in the Central Valley, but a district visualization showing something like the current lines would be beneficial as well, as this would combine ag communities on both sides of the coastal range. I would implore that we do not draw any scenarios that combine Merced with Zone G and counties up the hill. Nothing against those communities, but they are not analogous to the Central Valley as our existing lines or coastal ag community would be. I don't consider Zone G counties to be part of our community. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your consideration.
And thank you for your participation and your input. We really appreciate it.
And right now we have caller with the last four, 6655. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Ada Briseño, and I've been living in the city of Stanton for 2 decades in Orange County. I'm a longtime labor organizer, and I've dedicated my career to uplifting working women and men and immigrants. My city of Stanton and the surrounding cities reflect the work of my life and the lives of the people that I work with. We're also a small city in the northern part of Orange County. The demographics in our city have changed a lot in the last 10 years. We've been working very hard to make sure our city and our representation representatives of the represent the communities that live here. When considering whether or not to cross county lines in the redistricting process, I advocate for crossing the Orange County LA County border. As I've said before, on this redistricting to the committee, it's extremely important to understand that North and South Orange County are very different communities. North Orange County, where I live, is the home to immigrants from around the world and working class communities. South Orange County reflects more of the wealthy, large beachfront homes that most people see on TV. And the way our highways are structured, it's much harder to travel north and south in Orange County than it is to travel east and west. This is one of the many reasons why Stanton has so much more in common with Long Beach and LA County than we do with Orange County cities, just like the South, like Huntington Beach and Newport Beach. Please consider crossing the Orange County LA County border and put us in with Long Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you again. Thank you so much for your participation and your input.
And up next, we have caller with the last four, 1327. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Yes, good morning. My name is Nathan Searles. I'm from Rossmore. We're a community in northern part of Orange County, along the Long Beach, LA County line, just across the San Gabriel River from Long Beach. Even though we're in different counties, we have a lot in common with Long Beach. My daughter plays volleyball for the Long Beach club team. I run in a running club in Long Beach. I was actually there this morning, and I was there on Wednesday. My wife works in aerospace, and most of the networking and facilities they've used before are out of the Long Beach airport. And I know most of the people who live in Rossmore have moved from Long Beach or Lakewood area. So we have a strong history with Long Beach and Lakewood that we don't have with other communities. And I hope that we can continue that with our representation. The people of Rossmore also attend temple and church and mass in Long Beach, not in other areas. So I ask that you continue to have that relationship of our representation in Long Beach having the same representative. Students of our kids, our families go to Long Beach State, and likewise many students in the elementary, middle school, and high school come from Long Beach to attend our schools here in Los Alamitos Unified School District. So we just have a lot in common with Long Beach, and the 405, 605, 22 freeways are right here at the corner between us. Thank you. And it's kind of an arbitrary thing to look at the county lines and think they're more important, given that so much has developed since those county lines were made, and that the district should represent where the people are and not these arbitrary lines. So thank you so much for your time and allowing me to speak to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your input. We appreciate it.
And up next, we have caller with the last four, 4179. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Oh, hi. My name is Libby Hike, and I live in Newport Beach. And my family has lived in the Orange County area on the beach side for 3 generations, so since like 1910. And we just feel strongly that the commission ought to consider districting just the beach cities together. We have all those very similar issues facing the demands of tourism and all the infrastructure needs and the needs of the schools and the needs of all the people going to the beach. And it just needs to be a really safe place for all those tourists coming in. And so we just feel strongly that, for people who like to do all the boating on the water and all the pretty environment there, that we want to keep all the beach cities together, because when you try and address those needs, they're all similar along the coast there. So my name is Libby Hike. I thank you for allowing me to speak, and I hope you consider keeping the district lines, or at least trying to keep them, so all the beach cities are together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your input. We appreciate it.
Up next, we have caller 3700. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. And the floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Betty Wilson, and I'm the Executive Director for the Business Council. I want to apologize for having to call in today, but I'm at a place where I have no internet access, or very sparse internet access. So I just wanted to share, we've been monitoring community surveys and participating in public forums. And from these events, we found these issues seem to be most pressing among the whole community, and all seem to think the same. Water quality issues are ranked the highest. Preserving and enhancing agriculture was next. Resolving homelessness, recreational, our Port of Stockton, our parks, they seem to garner a lot of concerns about lack of representation. And then closely behind that came housing affordability and accessibility. So our community has overwhelmingly expressed the same concerns on many of the issues, from healthcare, education to transportation. The questions were asked: should San Joaquin County be represented by one congressional district? And an overwhelming response was yes. We had almost 40% on those surveys. Should the Senate District 5 stay as it is currently drawn? Those responded yes were over 50%. And the final question reflected the assembly districts, and we found 46% of those that participated felt that the districts should solely represent San Joaquin County. So we're just asking that the commission consider keeping San Joaquin County whole. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that input. We appreciate your participation.
And up next, we have caller with the last 45007. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi there, my name is Austin. I live in Dana Point. I have 2 young kids, and I'm growing more and more concerned about the protection of our beaches, especially for their generation. I hold a master's degree from Cal State Northridge in geomorphology, and I'm acutely aware of the environmental issues affecting the Orange County coastal communities. These issues include pollution from runoff, sand erosions, effects like things like climate change and nuclear power, and also the potential for desalinization. These issues, and specifically their effects on these beaches in Orange County, they're unique to the beaches of Orange County. It doesn't make sense, for example, that concerns about sand loss at Trestles, or the effect of runoff at Doheny, or even the fire pits at Hole in the Fence are to be dealt with by the same congressman that also handles manufacturing issues in Carlsbad, or military issues of Camp Pendleton. Scientifically speaking, the environmental issues facing the beaches of Orange County are unique enough to Orange County to warrant being brought under the control of a single congressional district. Because politically speaking, the bigger an issue is within one district, the more likely the representative from that district is to adopt that cause and run it up in Congress. Conversely, fragmenting the issues important to OC beaches, as it is now, serves to lower the importance of those issues for both of the Congress people currently representing OC beach cities. In closing, I would like to ask the Commission to consider OC beach communities as an area of interest for purposes of drawing congressional boundaries for the environmental issues important to me, and those like me can be adequately and fairly represented in Congress. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. We appreciate it.
And up next, we have caller with the last 466. Excuse me, 6675. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. First, I'd like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to speak. My name's Eric Peterson. I'm from Huntington Beach. I currently sit on the Huntington Beach City Council, but my comments are as a resident of the 48th District. That being said, almost 8 years on council and 4 years on planning commission, I know the importance of solid representation in DC. I believe our current Orange County Coastal District should be kept intact. Our coastal beach communities need one representative to fight for its unique needs. Our region heavily relies on tourism, and the 48th is a significant draw. We need one representative for our beach communities that understands the impacts of clean beaches, sand replenishment, coastal wetland preservation, and the importance of existing and emerging transportation methods. We face unique infrastructure challenges. In order to keep our economy moving, we need one representative that will fight for investments in our roads, airports, and beaches. Orange County beaches face serious questions whether they will receive federal funding for sand replenishment on our beaches and other important infrastructure projects we so desperately need. The impacts of the failure to execute these projects will be obvious and painful, from flooding in neighborhoods to ports to shrinking beaches and accessible roads and bridges. These issues directly affect jobs and employment in our community. If these cities are separated, we will lose our ability to fight for policies and our livelihood depends. Sorry, that's interesting. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Thank you so much for your input. We appreciate it.
And up next will be caller with the last four, 6770. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, commissioners, and good morning. My name is Rick Bates, and I am a coastal activist in San Diego County. Today, you'll be discussing the line drawing discussions for Southern California's coastal communities. As vice chair of the San Diego Green New Deal Alliance and a board member with the Climate Action Campaign, I want to just highlight how important it is that we have strong representation from the elected officials who serve the coast. Specifically, the challenges created by climate change on our coasts is something that should be the focus of our representatives, which is why I am asking that you group our coastal communities down here in San Diego County with Orange County's coastal and beach communities where you can. Sea level rise, warming ocean temperatures, desalination plants, and urban runoff. These are all interconnected factors that are threatening the health of our communities on the coast, but also the marine life in the marine protected areas just offshore. These issues do not stop at the county border for us. In fact, the county border is where some of these are just getting started. Just as you travel through Camp Pendleton is the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station, which is in the decommissioning process. And there are health and safety issues related to the handling of spent nuclear fuel that require attention on both sides of the county line. However, both of us must also clearly deal with the coming critical challenges of bluff erosion, water quality, sea level rise, and the transportation demands that have required dialogue from watchdogs in both counties related to the proposed San Onofre toll road, the expansion of Interstate 5, desalination plants, and the future of the Losan rail corridor. Because you're going to be looking at Southern California altogether and not just the separate counties, I want to urge you to please keep these issues in mind as you start giving line drawing direction today. Thank you.
Thank you for your input.
And up next will be caller with the last four, 2829. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Renee Westa-Lusk. I have two questions for you. One is, are the Commissioners aware that Ridgecrest is not inside the Kern Valley, also known as the two locals as the Kern River Valley? Ridgecrest is inside the Indian Wells Valley. Secondly, asking Commissioners, are you cognizant of the location of the testimony coming from Eastern Kern versus testimony coming from outside of Eastern Kern by people who do not live in Eastern Kern County and are advocating for certain lines be drawn for Kern County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westalusk, for your continued participation. And the answer to both of your questions is yes. Thank you.
And up next, we have caller with the last four, 6562. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you for having me. Good morning, Commission. My name is Maria Cervantes, and I live in Hesperia in the San Bernardino County High Desert. I'm calling today to ask the Commission to keep the Victor Valley with the San Bernardino High Desert and not put us in any district based in the Antelope Valley or Los Angeles County. Hesperia is located in the Victor Valley, which is just one part on the San Bernardino High Desert. Our high desert communities are connected by a shared culture and our desire for a more rural lifestyle. In the past, our communities seem to always be drawn into districts with population centers based down the hill in the San Bernardino Valley or over in Los Angeles. Even now, I live in a state Senate district that is 2/3 in Los Angeles County, and I have never had a state Senate representative who actually lived in the high desert. Many commissioners may not know, but the rural parts of San Bernardino County actually tried to form our own county named Mojave County for a couple of decades ago, because we have felt for a long time we needed our own voice. This new county would have included high desert communities in the Victor Valley, the Morongo Basin, other high desert communities like Barstow, Needles, and even rural mountain communities like Big Bear and Lake Arrowhead. It is important to me as a resident, not only of the Victor Valley, but of the San Bernardino County High Desert, that our region be united and fairly represented. It's divided and our voices diminished. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you for your input and your participation. We really appreciate it.
And up next, we have caller with the last four, 6433. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm taking a comment today. My name is Jared Daniel, and I live in Barstow. We are an incorporated city in the high desert. I want to call to express my concern in keeping San Bernardino County high desert community together in one district. People look at Barstow as an isolated desert community, but we share much of the same common with the San Bernardino County high desert communities around us, in particular Victor Valley. Our community shares a vital transit corridor with the Victor Valley Highway 15, and we share a number of public transit and public health agencies and concerns. We also share a history, like many high desert communities, of being overlooked. Even right now, Barstow has a state senator who has a population base in Bakersfield, while the Victor Valley has a state senator whose population base is Los Angeles County. Our San Bernardino County high desert community shares a common culture and a number of common issues and concerns. I believe strongly that our community should be joined together into one district and not divided or disenfranchised into districts that dilute our voices and make us a small minority to another population based hours away. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you for calling in and participating. We appreciate it.
And up next, we have caller with the last four, 1487. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. The floor is yours.
Hi, good morning. My name is Malini Nagpal. I live in the city of Cypress, which is part of North Orange County. Cypress is adjacent to Orange County and LA County border, specifically Long Beach. I know earlier this week, the commissioners had a robust conversation around whether or not to cross county lines when drawing these lines. But today I am here to comment on that. And I want to specifically express that I strongly support crossing county lines at the Orange County and LA County border. This is more specifically because Cypress is a working class city, and a lot of us have a lot in common with our LA County neighbors. More specifically, as I mentioned earlier, Long Beach in particular, I believe earlier I heard someone else mention we do a lot of our activities in Long Beach, specifically sports like running, including schooling. I myself have been living in Cypress, but was educated at California State University, Long Beach. And for all of these reasons, actually one of the other reasons is if you notice a lot of people from Cypress also get their health care in Long Beach. So for all of these reasons, it makes it so that it makes sense to draw those district lines, which include Long Beach with North Orange County cities. As you start the line drawing process, I just wanted to share that feedback. I thank you for your service, and thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you so much for calling in and giving us your perspective. We appreciate it.
Up next will be caller with the last four, 4109. And I'd also like to invite those that have called in that have not chose to raise their hand as of yet to please press star 9 to raise your hand if you wish to give comment during this session. And caller 4109, if you will please press star 6, the floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Okuzumi. I live in Sunnyvale. I actually submitted a lengthy comment via your website last night, but I wanted to highlight a couple of specific recommendations because I'm really concerned that the commission may not be allowed to have a longer deadline to draw the lines, and that you're really going to be crunched to draw good lines. And so I'd like to suggest that if it's possible for the demographers to provide maps that show which areas of California have increased in population and where they've decreased compared to 2010, and like the relative percentage of increase or decrease, that might be helpful to the commission, along with showing with increases or decreases in the various racial CVAPs. That might help the commission to better visualize and conceptualize major or minor adjustments to the districts compared to 2010. I also think that most people are generally, we're happy with how the lines were drawn last time, and that's why you haven't gotten as many specific comments as in 2010. Although there are some areas that obviously did not get as much attention. There wasn't enough time to give them enough attention last time, and I think particularly the LA area and the congressional districts were not drawn as well as they could have been, just due to time crunch. But I just wanted to encourage the this commission to quickly decide the major framework for the lines, because you're really not going to have a lot of time to explore lots of different scenarios. Thank you.
Time. And thank you for your input and your ideas. We appreciate that.
And up next, we have caller with the last four, 9907. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing star 6. The floor is yours. Caller 9907, you are unmuted. Can you hear us? You might want to check and make sure that you are not on mute on your phone.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sam. My name is Sam Kumar. Hi, my name is Sam Kumar. I want to thank commissioners and staff for the dedication. No,
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Mr. Kumar, can you hear me?
hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. I want to thank commissioners and staff for the dedication. And here I am, continued my previous comment about continue to give my comments about. Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I want to thank commissioners and staff for the dedication and continue my previous comment about more preciseness in mapping input of COI wanting to stay in Congressional District 17. These CD17 COI input include letters from city council members in the three largest cities of CD17, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara, and Fremont, with over 150,000 people population each city.
Mr. Kumar, it sounds like you're listening to the live stream. If you would mute that, it might help you with your testimony.
You have muted yourself again? Were you done with your testimony, Mr. Kumar? Hello?
The current boundaries of CD17 contains only a small part of San Jose. However, the September 11th zone seat map for this CD17 COI included the whole of San Jose to represent the CD17 COI. San Jose has an estimated population of No, not yet. Hello?
You have 20 seconds remaining. We are at time for your comment. Mr. Kumar, if you could please mute your live stream. We're going to go on to the next caller, and if you'd like, you can raise your hand again.
Up next, we have caller 3818. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time. The floor is yours.
Good morning, commissioners. This is Grace Garner calling on behalf of the Black Census and Redistricting Hub. I want to thank you all for allowing individuals and groups to present maps. I think it's vitally important that you're able to get that input. While the time is appreciated, it's not enough for a thorough review. The last comment that I heard from the commission is that you were considering 30 minutes in total. When you're looking at 30 minutes in total for all map types, that gives only 7.5 seconds per assembly district, 15 seconds per Senate district, and 11 seconds per congressional district. It's virtually impossible to adequately present the necessary information in this short of a time frame. We strongly urge the commission to allow for more time per map, as suggested in the letter that we sent to you on August 9th from the Black Hub, NALEO, and Asian Americans Advancing Justice. In that letter, we recommended that there are 45 minutes for assembly map proposals, 30 minutes each for Senate and congressional map proposals, for statewide maps, and then for large regional multi-district proposals that do not cover the entire state, we recommend 25 minutes for assembly map proposals and 15 minutes each for Senate and congressional map proposals. Thank you so much for your continued commitment to this process, and we hope that you'll consider
extending the time for map presentations.
Thank you for your input and your continued participation. We appreciate it.
And right now we have caller with the last four, 9389. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I would like to speak about the importance of keeping coastal and beach communities together. My name is Barbie George, and I'm a resident of Newport Beach. First, I would like to point out how coastal Orange County faces unique infrastructure challenges. And in order to keep the economy moving, we need a representative that will fight for investment in our airports, in our roads, beaches, and housing. I would also like to stress Orange County beaches face serious questions whether they'll receive federal funding or sand replenishment on our beaches and other important infrastructure projects. The impact of the failure to execute these projects will be obvious and painful, from flooded neighborhoods and ports to shrinking beaches and inaccessible roads and bridges. And furthermore, separating the coastal communities diminishes their ability to fight for the infrastructure needed to support their economy. They deserve one representative that understands the needs of John Wayne Airport, housing affordability, and modern infrastructure. And I would like to add that we need a representative that understands the impact of clean beaches, of sand replenishment, and investment in airlines. These issues directly affect job growth and employment in our communities. If these cities are separated, we will lose our ability to fight for policies that our livelihoods depend on. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your input.
And up next, we have caller 0779. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
My name's David. I'd like to thank the redistricting meeting members for allowing me to make my comments today. I'm a resident of Leisure World Seal Beach. The task before you is very important to all of the Orange County residents, but especially those along the beach cities. Having a representative in Congress who has the best interests of us is something that we would all be helpful as we consider climate change, rising sea levels, and that are threatening our economy. And we need to know we have congressional oversight. Also, considering our coast is the nation's largest energy producing economy, which includes solar, geothermal, wind, and solar energy. Tourism is another important resource to our economy and can impact our clean beaches, sand replenishment, investment in airlines. All of these areas affect our job growth and employment. Maintaining our beaches is paramount to the success of our coastal region. Having one representative to fight for the infrastructure of this region is needed to support the beach community, which also includes John Wayne Airport, housing affordability, and modern structure.
30 seconds.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in. We appreciate your input.
And up next, we have a caller with the last four, 3422. And this is our last hand at this time. If there's anybody in the queue that has not given comment or wishes to give comment during this session, please press *9. Caller 3422, if you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Juanita Salas. Just to give a little bit of context to my comments, I graduated from college in San Diego County. I was a local elected official in Imperial County, and now I live and work in Riverside County. I know firsthand both the difference between and ties that bind all three counties. Those complex interrelationships are why drawing lines in this region may be complicated. Your decisions will not only impact representation in all 3 counties, but also the political power of the growing Latino community throughout Southern California. My request is a simple one. When requesting visualization this afternoon, be sure to ask for at least one that combines Imperial with Riverside, at least one that combines Imperial with San Diego, and for each of the 3 plans, so Congress, Senate, and Assembly. So that would be 6 visualizations total. Again, you may find this ends up being a critical decision point. Certainly, the public has expressed differing opinions. Please ensure both you and the public can see the impact of both options so you can have an informed debate as to what works best for the entire region. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We really appreciate that. Thanks.
And we have caller with the last 4, 5107. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is India Hines, and I'm a resident of Laguna Beach. First off, I'm thrilled that my congressperson is taking such importance regarding the local environment of Orange County. Living on the beach, I can share what I see firsthand. Climate change is important, but that it seems it's a broad label. Trash is what seems to me to be a big problem. As a member of the Marine Mammal Center, we see that the DDT that from the 50s that is now leaking underwater is causing cancers to our sea lions and most probably the fish we eat. How is this DDT going to be cleaned up? Can it be cleaned up? Trash in the 80s, I remember the days where it was $1,000 fine for throwing something in the trash on the street. And I see people all day long throwing trash on the street. That to me is such a money that right there that the state could collect and use to help pollution problems that we have now. Trash is also sewage, the sewage system, sewage in the waters is criminal, really. I was also a member of the in the committee, the environmental committee in Laguna Beach, and sewage was addressed, and we talked about it a lot. People definitely need to be more educated about it. Most people don't know the things they can be using for cleaning. It drains into the drain here on the streets and then goes right into the sea. On a positive note, something brilliant they are working on is replanting seaweed to feed the sea life. All this effort is wasted if we don't stop the pollution. Being a business owner, I have chosen to pay more attention to being more environmentally friendly. And anyway, so
time.
Thank you for that input. We appreciate your participation.
I do want to give the opportunity to those that just called in. If you wish to give comment during this public comment session, please press *9 as we are coming to the end of our session here, the public comment part. Anybody that is in the queue that wishes to give comment, please press *9. Oh, that is who just called in. If you'll please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, this is Rahul Vasant from Cupertino. I'm a longtime resident in Cupertino and appreciate the opportunity to speak with everyone here today. I'm a resident of District 17, and I'd like to strongly encourage that you consider bringing a certain element of parity for Asian American representation in District 17 and District 18. This will make a huge difference in helping elect the first minority representative in Congressional District 18. Another matter that would make a significant difference is we are blessed with a congressional representative that hosts town halls throughout the district. Unfortunately, the drive to Fremont takes almost an hour and a half, while at nearly every location within neighboring District 18 is easily accessible within a 15 to 30-minute drive. Please consider bringing Cupertino, Sunnyvale, and Santa Clara into Congressional District 18. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for calling in. We appreciate your input.
And we did have another person just call in as they were talking. We have a caller with the last four, 4867. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hi. Do I speak now?
You sure do.
Okay, yes, good morning. Thank you for allowing me time to speak. My name is David Ho, and I live in Seal Beach. Orange County coastal cities from Seal Beach in the north to San Clemente in the south should be represented by one member of Congress. The current separation of these cities minimizes their ability to have a unified voice fighting for them in Congress. Coastal cities have to deal with climate change and deserve to be represented by a single member of Congress so that they can properly address how the changing climate is affecting their communities. A single voice in Congress is preferred over multiple ones to work with the Army Corps of Engineers and the California Coastal Commission to protect our beaches, tourism, and businesses. Coastal Orange County is also home to numerous wildlife areas and ecological reserves, including but not limited to the Seal Beach National Wildlife Refuge, the Boca Chica Ecological Reserve, the Upper Newport Bay Ecological Reserve, various wetlands in the city of Laguna Niguel, and the Dana Point Headlands Conservation Area. Coastal Orange County cities face unique challenges that their inland communities do not. Rising sea levels are also threatening the economy, which that fuels the coastal communities' economies and needs to be addressed by Congress. Coastal communities rely on tourism. By consolidating their voting power, these communities can also have a representative that's a proponent of pro-tourism policies on issues like infrastructure, visa, and travel promotion. For example, locals and tourists can travel the entire Orange County coast from Seal Beach to San Clemente by taking bus route 1 of the Orange County Transportation Authority, OCTA. In short, Coastal Orange County needs a single congressperson to ensure the federal government is addressing coastal Orange County issues. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your input. We appreciate it.
And we did have another person join us, caller with the last four, 1582. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Carolina Silas, and I am from the Victor Valley. I'm calling today to ask you not to break apart our San Bernardino County High Desert. The High Desert is made up of a number of communities ranging in size, from incorporated cities to small unincorporated communities. We are home to great natural beauty such as the Mojave National Preserve and the Joshua Tree National Park. We also have a distinct culture and community. Right now, our community is largely united in the state, assembly, and congressional levels, but we are divided at the state senate level, for example. My community was put into a district that reached to the Antelope Valley and Santa Clarita. Our representatives have always been from the Los Angeles side of the district, and that side gets more representation than we do. Just outside the incorporated cities in the Victor Valley, high desert communities in the unincorporated part of Apple Valley, Lucerne Valley, and Helendale are lumped with other high desert communities like Barstow and the Morongo Basin into a district that is based in Bakersfield. Again, my high desert neighbors are represented by the more populated county part of the district, and Kern County gets more representation than they do. And high desert neighbors just down the street in Felon and Penan Hills are lumped into a district based in Redlands. I appreciate the Commission for hearing our voices and ask that you please not overlook the San Bernardino County High Desert like we have before. We deserve to have our voices heard and have fair representation, not to be an afterthought for Los Angeles and Kern County.
30
Thank
seconds.
you.
Thank you so much for your input. I want to just, Katie, everyone is in the queue has already provided input, right? Okay, very good. All right, we have no new callers at this point, but I do want to take a minute on behalf of the commission to thank all the callers. I mean, this is the kind of input we need. We're just getting started. Obviously, our conversations have energized you all. Thank you for providing us with your reality and your thoughts on the conversation that we've had so far, and guidance on the conversations we're going to be having for the rest of the day and the rest of this process. It's heartwarming for me personally to get this kind of engagement from the community. We really see a lot of energy this morning and appreciate it. So with that, we've got one agenda item left on our agenda for this meeting, and that's continue agenda item 5, and provide guidance to our line drawing team for additional visualizations. So with that, I am going to turn it over to, I guess, Commissioner Anderson is going to continue to lead this part of the process. So Commissioner Anderson, take it away.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Fornashari, Chair Fornashari. I'm going to turn it right over to Karen McDonald of our line drawing team, who will start us off this morning.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Anderson. Good morning, commissioners. It's wonderful to be here with you. I am joined by Jamie Clark this morning, and by Kennedy Wilson. I'm going to just recap very quickly what's happening this morning. So yesterday we discussed outreach zones A, C, and E, and on Wednesday we discussed region H. So we've already covered a big part of the state of California, which is great. And today we're going to go over outreach zones B, D, G, and F in the morning with Kennedy supporting you. And then in the afternoon, you will be working with John and Andrew on outreach zones J, K, and I. And the COIs discussed today by the mappers will be those submitted through the COI tool through 9/8. So that is my little overview, and I'm now going to send things over to David Becker, who is joining us. So thank you.
Thank you. 1 minute. We have a Commissioner Sinai has a question.
Just a process question. As I joked earlier, but it wasn't really a joke. I woke up really early this morning with visualizations in my head. And so I was curious, my thought would be, I'll probably lose the visualizations in my head. I did write them down, but if we can go back at the end of the day, maybe if we have the time to collect new thoughts and new ideas, because I'm sure I'm not the only one who kept thinking about what we were talking about, versus starting that with that, because that will get us off track, but just trying to make some time at the end.
Okay, sorry, just trying to follow that. You mean like, because we're doing 2 different areas today. So you're saying like after we do the first, like the morning session, then do a review of that? And then...
No. When we're done completely, if there are visualizations that we've had of any part of California in our sleep in the last 2 days, 3 days, then share them. I think Ray gets what I'm saying. I mean, Commissioner Kennedy.
I see what you're saying. So at the end of today,
if we have time,
we'll certainly ask to see if the chair will indulge on that, depending on how late this goes. Thank you. I believe now we go right into David Becker.
Good morning, everyone. I'll just say this very briefly. I'm here until about 11:30. And Sal Perez from the Sturmwasser team is also here, I think, until about 12:45, and then Dale Larson from the team is going to join for the rest of the presentations. We also have Megan Gall, our racially polarized voting analyst, who I think we're going to get to a point where we zoom in on as we have in the previous 2 days where we've discussed, we zoom in on an assembly district to show you the kinds of things that we can advise you and guide you with as you provide direction to the line drawers. And I'll just again remind, general direction right now is extremely helpful. We still don't have the population data. We're still at the very early stages here. So you don't want to bind yourselves too tightly with really highly specific direction that you might have to walk back as we get more data. So I just want to suggest that as well. But general direction is extremely helpful right now. So thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Now, today this is for the commissioners and also the public. We got a request from commissioners to sort of change things up a little bit. We're having a little bit of tough time following just doing it all by a larger region, because we had been looking at the state in terms of the zones. So what we're going to do this morning is a little different. We are still looking at essentially the north part of California, which is Zone B, and then the central, the Sacramento, Greater Sacramento area, Zone D, the Central Valley, so Zone E, and the Zone F. I'm sorry, Zone F, and the Sierras, the Eastern Sierras. Well, the Sierras, all of them, which is essentially Zone G. We'll be doing that this morning. But what we're going to be doing this time is the line drawers will review the new COI input through the tool that's come in since our last review, and followed by the zone liaisons, the commissioners will do a quick review of what has come in through the office, which is through emails, letters, phone, or through the website about each zone. Then we will go and do direction on that area. Because as you will know, when we talk about what one community is saying about another, is a lot of it deals with this counties and areas around them. So it's going to be much easier to do it that way for direction purposes. I think it'll move smoothly, and that's what we're trying to do. So with that in mind, I'm going to turn this over right now to the line drawing team, who can walk us through the COI tool submissions.
Hello, commissioners. We will be starting with Zone B. I will zoom in closer to that region for everyone. We did not have too many new COIs in this general area. So for Zone B, I think there is one that I will show you and give an overview of what we've heard in that area as well. So zooming in here. In this area, just to remember what we talked about last time, we saw the northern counties being either grouped with the coastal counties of Trinity, Humboldt, or Del Norte. They went as low as Sutter, Yuba, and Butte. And I'll turn on that terrain level so you can see too. So we had a few variations of what people wanted in the north, just to remind you that some included these counties here and some went down lower, and some did not include them and stopped at Shasta and Siskiyou. So that's kind of just an overview of what the north looked like last time. And now I'll go on to show you a new COI in this region. We have this here, which covers counties that are touching that Nevada border line, and it goes from Modoc all the way down to Alpine and El Dorado. Like, turn those labels on. So we have Alpine, El Dorado, Placer, Nevada, Yuba, Sierra, all the way up to Modoc. And this COI has expressed concerns with their current representation and that they have problems of housing and air quality and pollution in this area. And as far as Zone B goes, that is what's the new COI that I had to present and the overview. If you have any questions, you can ask now as well.
Great. Well, thank you very much. We had a thorough review before, and now just the one new input from the COI tool. At this point, I'm going to ask the commissioners who did Zone B to do a quick summary of the COI input that has come in through the office. And so I'm going to turn it over to commissioners. I can't quite remember. I have. Oh,
it's me.
Okay.
Yi
Great.
and Sinai.
Yi and Sinai?
Yes.
Great. Please take it away. Thank you very much.
So Commissioner Sinai and I took a look at these COIs. There's just a handful. Most of them actually that referred to Zone B came from the coast. And basically it's the story we've heard over and over, folks on the coast who did not want to be included with the inland counties. So Del Norte, Humboldt, Mendocino, sometimes Trinity, not wanting to be included with Siskiyou, Shasta, Modoc, Wasson. That was the overwhelming number of them. Two, however, did wish to combine Humboldt and Shasta. Not sure why Trinity wasn't mentioned there, but feeling that they are both sharing some agricultural interests. One specifically in Shasta mentioned not wanting to be in the same, wanted to be taken out of a district with their current Congress member, which is actually something we're not allowed to consider, favoring or disfavoring a current office holder. And that was it. So just a handful of submissions, and actually mostly from the coast.
If I can just say, just to remind everyone that those are just the ones we received from the office, that I don't want folks who are looking at the far north to think that we haven't received a lot of input. I think we're all have been impressed by what we have brought, and that there is conflicting views. And so we'll talk about those now, but I just don't want everyone to think that's it.
Great. Thank you very much, commissioners. Now I'm going to turn it back over to the line drawing team, and we will look at to continue with looking at the zones.
So now we will. Oh, sorry. Okay, so Virginia, thank you. Sorry about that. So now we'll move down into Zone B, which is the Greater Sacramento area. Last time we saw visualizations of these counties here from Calaveras up to Sierra being in a district together.
1 minute. Could I put on pause? We have a question from Commissioner Fernandez.
I'm sorry. I thought, okay, I must have missed it. Were we going to do the visualizations right after this? Like now we did Zone B. Are we going to do the visualizations now for Zone B and then move to the next zone?
Actually, no. What we're going to do is we're going through the COI review of the different zones. And as we've heard the overlap, which I don't know if you noticed, there's a lot of overlap in these areas. And it would be very hard to just look at B when it already blurs into both D and G, and then try to go back to D. It's a little bit too much overlap in terms of, so what we're doing is we're just looking at the COIs, and then we're going back and looking at the area for direction for all the way through, starting at the north and going all the way through. So hopefully that's going to work. So please continue, Kennedy.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Anderson. So again, we are in Zone B, and last time we saw a few COIs that were within Sacramento and going down into the Delta. We had them in northeastern Sacramento, some saying they wanted to be a part, still they were Sacramento suburbs and wanting to be a part of Sacramento. Some on this kind of eastern northern edge, and I'll zoom in closer for you to see, saying that they did not mind being districted out with areas of Placer, El Dorado, and Sutter out this way. And then I think where I cut off was that, let me zoom out so we can see on the county level. So we then had the Alpine mountain communities, as they called themselves here, wanting to be districted together and not put in with a district that included these farming communities as they described them before, going a little lower into that other area, but that's what they wanted to cut themselves off from. We did also have greater Sacramento and encompassing from Yolo, Nevada, down to Amador, saying that they also feel that they're separate from the farming communities and are a part of these Alpine mountain communities as well. We did not have any COI submissions for B. I will have some that go into zone F, but for this area, that's just the review and no COIs for this area. From the Draw My Community tool from August 27th to September 8th.
Great, thank you very much. Could we have the liaisons for Zone D, which is the Sacramento area, which is Commissioner Fernandez, Commissioner Lamons? Give us the office input, please.
Okay, that would be me. Okay, I just lost my screen. So thank you, Kennedy. I appreciate that information and the overview. And I'm hoping you're going to go through with your handy dandy little mouse there as I go through the input that we received, either via email, mail, phone, to be determined, and there was another box too. So we did receive about 30 submissions through that route. And again, I just want to remind everyone that many areas to the north are still being impacted by the fires and the after effect. And I just want them to know that we are thinking of them and their families and their communities, and our hearts do go out to them. With that, there were a couple of testimonies noting Central Sierra outside of Inyo, Mono, Alpine, Tuolumne, Calaveras counties, including Truckee and Lake Tahoe Basin. And they noted the common interest is healthcare access, broadband needs, and transportation concerns. And if you can just leave it there, Kennedy, because then we had another testimonial. And again, this is many of it crosses through through different zones, as well as zones that we talked about yesterday. So sorry, I'm trying to get on my screen and do both at the same time. So anyway, so the next one was noted Central Sierra, Nevada, which expanded the area that I just talked about to include Mariposa and Nevada, Placer, and El Dorado counties. So it was a much bigger area in terms of what they noted as Central Sierra, Nevada. And then if you just keep going, Kennedy, there was one more that added Alpine and was titled the Sierra Nevada Mountain Range. And they noted the rural and frontier environment. And one more added Madera County east of the San Joaquin River and Amador County, noting the residents prefer less congested wilderness area to urban living. Okay, so that was kind of what I'm trying to do is trying to summarize it as much as I can. So now we're going to move on, Kennedy. We're going to move on to, I'm not sure if you can bring up the congressional districts, but they asked to keep Congressional District 4, which is El Dorado and Placer counties, to keep that intact. Oops, there we go. There we go. Thank you. And I won't ask you to, that's the major one, but they also asked for Assembly District 5 to be intact, as well as Senate District 8. So it's kind of around the same area. And there they noted mountain areas, forest management, water, drought, and water storage, tourism, and transportation in terms of needing funding. Another Another testimony was to keep Placer and El Dorado counties together. They have common interests in veteran services and common problems related to geography and population. And the next few that we're going to discuss, I believe Commissioner Toledo discussed it yesterday when we went into zones A and C, kind of. 2 wanted to keep Lake, Napa, Sonoma, and Yolo counties together, noting the wine grape industry, tourism, local government partnerships, and regional watersheds. Thank you, Kennedy. That's great. And then just keep it there. And another one added Mendocino County to that. Thank you. And then we had 7 testimonies to keep Solano and Yolo counties together. They various noted the commonalities of biotech agriculture research, proximity to the Bay Area and Sacramento, the Latino population and low-income communities, agriculture, the shared air basin, the shared waterway. UC Davis has a strong partnership with both counties, the military veterans, and also share roads of Interstate 80 and the back roads, which we do know how to get from Yolo to Solano without having to get on those freeways. And then there was 3 testimonies. Oops, to keep Yolo County whole. And 2 of them, and I don't know if you probably don't recall, of course I recall because it's right next door to me. We did have 2 West Sacramento residents note that they wanted West Sacramento to be part of Yolo County District. Currently, West Sacramento is grouped with Sacramento, which has become problematic for the 2 that submitted testimonies. And they noted that Yolo County is mainly a rural agriculture county. Nonprofits are county-based, Latino and Russian communities in West Sacramento. One testimony noted they wanted congressional district, Garamendi's district, and I wrote it down and I forgot to note the number. Sorry, I'll have to look at that one later. They wanted that congressional district to stay to, yeah, okay, thank you. Let's see, that would be congressional district. I'm looking. For some reason, I can't find it right now. I can't find my actual, but that's great information. It's good for us to know. I think it is Congressional District 6, if I'm not mistaken.
Congressional District 6 is hard to see, but it does encompass West Sacramento and Sacramento.
Yes, yes, I think that's the one. Yes, thank you so much. It's that one. And then another testimony was to keep Roseville and Antelope together. And there is a large Punjabi Sikh community there. There we go. Thank you. And let's see. Another one was to keep Elk Grove as one community. They have another large Punjabi Sikh community there. That's right. Yeah, perfect. Another one was to keep the Greenhaven area whole. They noted the boundaries northwest and south is the Sacramento River and east is Interstate 5. And they want to keep that with Elk Grove in Assembly District 9. Both have large middle-class Asian populations of 28%. Yeah, perfect. The next area, and we did also receive commentary during our boys, was the Meadowview and Lemon Hill areas. That's in Sacramento. There we go. They have a large Hmong community population near Interstate 5 and Highway 99, south of Fruit Ridge, and train tracks and Florham Road. There we go. Perfect. High rates of social, economic, and health disparities, and is one of the least vaccinated areas in the county. Another one was to keep Sacramento County together. It's difficult having 3 different members of Congress. And the last one, oh, you got it? There we go, Sacramento County. Thank you. And then the last one was an Arden Arcade in Carmichael. neighborhoods. The boundaries were Howe Avenue to the west and Auburn Boulevard to Winding Way. Yep, right in there. And Manzanita. There you go, Arden Arcade. High number of Afghan and Syrian refugees, low income and limited English proficiency, and majority are of Muslim faith. And so it's about 30 testimonies. Thank you, Kennedy. That was great.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Fernandez. And now we'll give it back to Kennedy for the next zone area.
So now I will be zooming out and we will be going into zone G, or we can move to zone F and it's from San Joaquin County down to Kern County. So last time we did get a lot of testimony in this area, starting with San Joaquin. We had taking out Tracy and Mountain House and Manteca from Congressional District 10, which I can just quickly pull up for you. So here follows Congressional District 10. I'll zoom in so you can see those labels a bit better. And they preferred to have it stretch up the eastern part of San Joaquin into Lodi. And that was some common testimony we had, as well as going into Stockton. We had South Stockton Coys saying there was a large Black community that shared interest with the Latino communities as well. And they were separate from South Stockton. Then moving lower, we had Merced. Specifically, there was a COI that I believe Commissioner Sedwani had asked about that detailed a Black community that was living in Atwater, Chowchilla, and let me turn on that city and town layer so that we can see those as well. So Atwater is right here in Merced, and Chowchilla and Fairmead are down here. So that was a specific COI you had questions about last time, and that's their proximity to each other. And then moving out, we also had COIs that were in Merced saying that there was a large number of young people of color and immigrants here. And then moving into Madera, we had testimony saying that Madera wanted to stay together and that their assembly district was too large, which is different than what we just heard, but I'll show their Assembly District 5. I'm going to turn off the terrain layer so that we can see that a little bit better. But this district goes from Madera into Mono all the way up to El Dorado, and they felt that they had more in common with Merced and Fresno than they did up in El Dorado. So now I'm going to turn those lines off and turn the terrain layer back on. So just give me a moment to do that. And then moving into Fresno, we had lots of testimony coming in from the city of Fresno and Clovis and northern Fresno. So here where my line is going, these communities had shared interests in schools and ethnicities, and they shared a lot and were happy with their representation they had now. Moving to west of 99, Old Fig Garden, and southwest in Fresno, there were communities that said they had high Black population that wanted to be left together. And moving into southern Fresno, we had COIs from Fowler, Sanger to Reedley, all saying this was a Latino community that was a Latino farming community. And then we're going to come out of there and look more broad. And we did see some communities here in eastern Fresno too, saying similar things, that they were also a large Latino farming community as well. And they saw a district being drawn from these areas kind of down into Kern County there. And that is a community of interest they saw. Then moving into Kings and Tulare. They also said they had a large Latino farming community here as well and would like to be kept together. Moving into Kings, into Lemoore and Hanford, there was a large Black population. So moving in here, you could see that as well. Hanford and Lemoore, they're into the north of Kings County. And then we had the Visalia 198 corridor in Three Rivers, and they are currently separated in their congressional districts, which I can turn on again. And they would like to be together. There's currently Congressional District 22 and 23 that they are separated into now. And then moving lower, we go into Kern County, where we saw a few COIs in Bakersfield talking about their progressiveness and the diversity that they've grown to have here. And then we saw in South Bakersfield a Black community that was a community of interest. We saw Western cities in Western Kern that follow this mountain range, saying that they were a large Latino community who wanted to see a Latino congressional district, or just district in general, that was based in Bakersfield. And then we had over these desert cities that felt connected to Edwards Air Force Base and Ridgecrest, who felt connected into Inyo as well. And that is the overview I have here. And I will go ahead and turn on the new COIs that we received in this area as well. So there are two that we will be looking at in these areas. So I'm going to turn this one off. And first we had the city of Tehachapi, who said they do not want to be with Assembly, They do not want to be in Congressional District 25. They currently are in 23, but don't want it to dip lower into Palmdale as well. So here you can see where that details in the mountains, a little bit into Mojave, and is around this area there. And then we have lower going into the mountain communities here. You can see there's mountains around this area. Has Pine Mountain Club in Lebec. It doesn't go into Ventura or Lancaster. It's right at the border. And they have shared interest in needing access to fundamental things like healthcare. They don't have cell service or internet as well. And that is my overview for this area and the new COI that was presented here. So I will turn it back to the commissioners.
Thank you, Kennedy. At this point, I'd like to ask the commissioners for Zone F, which are Commissioners Turner and Vasquez, to give us a summary of what came in through the office for this area.
Thank you. Absolutely. So Commissioner Vasquez and I, we have Zone F, which is San Joaquin, Stanislaus, Merced, Madera, Fresno is the first part of it that I'll cover, and then Commissioner Vasquez will pick up the detail on the other. So for this first part, there are 89 inputs that came in just for this area. And we're going to start Kennedy and San Joaquin, where we received email, letters, web responses. And predominantly, we heard that testimony to remove Tracy from Congressional District 10, believing that they don't have the same agricultural interests. And they're interested in adding in Lodi, Linden, Lockford, Farmington, and all of Stanislaus County. That's one particular COI. Another input was to keep San Joaquin and Stanislaus together, but make sure that we remove Contra Costa. Looking to see, keep Lodi in rural areas. A lot of input that said for all the Senate District, Assembly, and Congressional District, keeping in the whole of San Joaquin County. We heard that testimony from someone calling in even today. They believe that San Joaquin County should be kept whole with all of those. Also letters to remove Tracy, more letters to remove Tracy from Congressional District 10, replacing it with Lodi. Lots of letters in regards to Eastern San Joaquin, how they share an agrarian interest with Stanislaus. Requests to keep San Joaquin County whole, believing that there's common land use, the socioeconomics, and shared access to transportation networks and centralized locations. Shared challenges there in health equity, air pollution, and workforce development. Testimony that wants Oakdale as a farming community with Escalon, Farmington, Linden, Lodi, and Lockford. Other letters concerning San Joaquin County being self-contained already with natural physical barriers. So we know we have the Sacramento San Joaquin River Delta, the Altamont to the west, and open agricultural land to the south. And the belief is outside population is only accessible by those congested highways. So jobs, transportation services, entertainment, culture is all contained. There's a robust ag industry that's supportive of many jobs there. And all they believe with the Union Pacific Railroad, the airport, the shared challenges for that was already named about the health and equity, but also they believe they're ground zero for water threats. And they support one congressional district, this is for San Joaquin County, 2 assembly districts. More testimonies about remove Oakdale from Congressional 10 because of the ranching and agriculture. So lots, that kind of pretty much the same there. The requesting public offices for, on the web response, requesting public offices for the AD, SD, and Congressional District to all be within San Joaquin County. So we'll move a little bit to Stanislaus County. Again, lots of input. The testimony there almost mirrors keeping Stanislaus County together, keeping Oakdale because it's closely aligned with Modesto, Turlock, Ceres. They have shared banking, shopping, water districts, and water interests, as well as farming. That testimony as well wanted to remove Tracy, which they believe to be a Bay Area commuter city. Testimony in Stanislaus to keep Stanislaus and San Joaquin together, but remove Contra Costa. Lots of more input, remove Tracy from Congressional District 10. And most of them are remove Tracy, but also add Lodi, including Linden, Rockford, again, believing they have the similar interests. Also a testimony on the web about Stanislaus being a rural mountain area, talked about Mariposa being concerned about being placed with urban districts like Modesto and Fresno, and just a generalized comment to keep like communities together. I'll move to Merced.
So Trina, I'm sorry. I apologize. We are up against a break at this point. So
okay, I can pick it up with Merced when we get back.
Pick it up on the other side. Thank you so much, and sorry to interrupt.
No worries.
We'll be back at 11:15.
Thank you.
Welcome back, California. I'm going to turn it back to Commissioner Turner to continue her tour of the Central Valley.
Thank you. And we're going to pick it up with Merced County. Merced, we received public input from testimony from several, but from the Mien community and Healthy House. I wanted to ensure that we had a good background and appreciation for what was needed in Merced, an ethnically diverse place home to significant Punjabi, Portuguese, African-American, Hispanic, and a growing Afghani community, a hub for the Southeast Asian refugees. And having a agrarian topography will allow farming to continue with fresh produce and stands. They share pride in cultural advances and the Hmong health collaboratives. They want us to know that while the VRA kept their county boundaries intact previously and protected their voting rights, that the cultural accomplishments of this group in Merced, along with, is a testament to the preservation of the current boundaries to safeguard against dilution that will allow their continued strength. Also in Merced, letters to say that Merced is adjacent to San Bernardino, but in no way connected, so they don't want that from Merced. Also, Merced, let's see, I think there was more testimony from Merced. Oh no, that was in Fresno. So then moving to Madera, input in Madera being a place with a lot of large open spaces, forests and agriculture, a mountain community concerned with fires, forest management, water rights and water storage, tourism and healthcare. The request is that we keep the Congressional District 4, Assembly District 5, and the State Senate District 8 the exact same, because they are different than the urban and the incorporated areas. Letters from Madera County residents living in Ahwahnee Congressional District 4, Assembly District 5, and Senate District 8 says also stay the same. It's fine as it is. Other testimonies from District 5 residents in Madera County and Corso, Congressional District 4, 5, AD, and Senate District 8, again, stay the same, but they wanted to add that them being a mountain community, they're different than Fresno or the Bay Area. So they want, they share the same as was mentioned above, the open spaces, et cetera, concerned with the fires, but they also wanted to add the ranching and vineyards. They're the gateway communities to the Yosemite, Bodie, and Mammoth Lakes and Lake Tahoe areas. So it's important that they remain the same. Moving to Fresno last before I turn it over to Commissioner Vasquez. Fresno, in Northwest Fresno, I want to go there first of all into the city of Fresno, a diverse community of Latinos, Punjabi, and white, mostly homeowners, but they want us to ensure that we not place them with California District 22, Congressional District 20. They are more closely aligned with Fresno than Tulare. Central Fresno says they're fairly diverse. They didn't have any particular asks, but they stated that they did want more street lights and safe playgrounds. There's a concern in the Fresno County area that Hanford and Lemoore would like to be together, but not connected with Kings County. Fresno County, it currently is divided into 4 congressional districts, 3 Senate districts, 2 assembly districts. The COI request is in Fresno being the 5th largest California city with such a diverse population. They have pride in their music offerings and concert venues, theaters, the zoos and libraries. The challenges that they share is in crime and homelessness and insufficient affordable houses. So the city of Fresno and the surrounding county pockets should not be split into 2 congressional districts. The testimony here is that they wanted the elected officials to be able to focus on the wide swing concerns, the pride and the concerns of this area. There's Fresno right now. It says we have Fresno in districts with Clovis, and it's parts in the same school district, and Tulare has different political interests. Wanting to share also letters that came in from Fresno, lots of them, that spoke about from Hmong Innovating Politics and a lot of the other organizations that are there, talked about how this is important for us to know that this is one of 2 of the largest Hmong American populations in Fresno. People come from all over the country to participate in their annual Fresno Hmong New Year's. The Hmong community has expanded beyond previous concentration in a central southeastern area to now there are several clusters throughout Fresno. And the testimony named specifically where they were down to detail, but it talked about the 99th and Shaw area, Firm area, Melody Park, Stone Soup, Sunnyside, and the Fresno Center area, West Side, Vang Powell Elementary School. They're first generation immigrants, more renters than homeowners due to lack of financial access and literacy. And an extensive background was provided, but their shared concerns is that they have culturally appropriate programming in their schools and better language access. Their request is to be kept grouped with nearby Latinx communities in the current Assembly District 31. There's many shared interests, and they believe if divided, If we have to divide them, they support keeping Clovis with nearby areas in Assembly District 23. And last, or a couple more in that area, Clovis resident also desired North Fresno and Clovis to continue together. This individual testified that their shared school districts, they share sports leagues. This is Clovis and North Fresno. Share school districts, sports, the proximity to shopping, transportation corridors, places of worship. They have shared water districts. So this would be very important. They said that they have amenities that do not exist in other parts of Fresno. They're traditionally part of the same legislative and congressional district because of those similarities and want to remain the same. Let's see, City of Fresno surrounding county pockets should not be split. And last, another important to understand the significance of this area. Kara wrote in extensive testimony to let us know that also, and also writing in from Mensa and AAPI, Northwest Fresno, they lifted as a COI around the mosque, Masjid Badr, located on Herndon and Milburn. And they gave the surrounding areas, Bullard to the south, east to Highway 99 on the west, continuing on to Herndon. But the importance is that it's a significant concentration of Muslims and Arabic-speaking immigrants that should remain whole. Their shared language, religious values, cultural similarities, and the mosque in this area serves as a center for worship, youth, students, mothers, etc. Shared concerns about education and housing. And they said they could be kept together with the other nearby Hmong and Punjabi Sikh communities. They're separate and different from the economically advantaged North Fresno and Fig Garden, so do not want to be connected there. The Masjid Fresno within Fresno County is connected by their faith as well, but also added that they are the largest mosque in Fresno, with the Muslim community surrounded in Northeast Fresno by South Asian, Palestinian, and Syrian first or second generation. So the testimony there is that they do not want to be in the urban communities surrounding North Fresno and Fig Garden. Again, support for that. And lastly, wanting Fresno County with its growing demands assigned to one Senate district. Previous decade, they did not have representation that they desired because of sharing with up to 14 neighboring counties. But they believe this area is large and complex enough with the abject poverty and lack of educational attainment that and the uncertain water supply, that there are suggesting 2 assembly districts that are nested within the new single Senate district for this area. And so with that, I'll pass it off to my co for Zone F, Commissioner Vasquez.
Hi there, thank you. And thank you to Commissioner Turner for taking on the lion's share of our zones analysis. I will do a fairly quick summary of Kern, the feedback received in office for Kern, Tulare, and Kings County. We can start with Kern, but actually rather let's center the map on Tulare County, because the majority of the feedback that I received for all 3 counties centered on sort of who is in and who is out in Tulare County. So the vast majority of feedback that I reviewed in office is this idea that the Three Rivers community, which you see right there in the mountainous area, should be kept together with Visalia. This is in contrast, if you want to pull up the congressional districts, which is what most of the feedback was centered around. You can see here that the Three Rivers community is districted down south and into, I believe, Kern County, which the Three Rivers community were very adamant that this makes no sense. They have very poor access to their sort of congressional center down in Kern County and Bakersfield. They don't feel at all connected or sort of connected either in culture or actual accessibility to the folks in Kern County, but rather Visalia is where they feel their sort of more urban center is, that's where those folks go for services, for cultural and community activities. So several pieces of input asked for Three Rivers and Visalia to stay together in a congressional district. There was also some feedback that centered around, let's see, in Kings County, the only piece of feedback that I reviewed asked that we keep Hanford and Lemoore together, and in particular to keep those two areas out of northern Tulare County. They felt very certain that they did not want to be included with Tulare in a district. And then finally, in terms of Tulare County's feedback that I reviewed, they believed that Northwest Fresno should stay in a district with the greater sort of Fresno area. They gave some specific streets: North Shaw Avenue, South Herdon Avenue, West Fig Garden Drive, east of Highway 99. And again, they were very emphatic that they did not want Northwest Fresno to be in a district with Tulare or Congressional District 22. Finally, there were a couple of other pieces of feedback in Kern County that did not relate to Tulare. So feedback from Bakersfield, they very much wanted to include Lamont and Arvin in Congressional District 23 or Southeast Bakersfield. An important piece of feedback for them was also they wanted us to put Lancaster and Palmdale with Santa Clarita in the 25th district. So they did not feel like Bakersfield, particularly Lamont and Arvin, were a community of interest with Lancaster and Palmdale. And then finally, this last piece of feedback received was regarding the Kern River Valley. So they wanted the Kern River Valley, which includes unincorporated rural areas of Lake Isabella, Wofford Heights, Kernville, Weldon, Kelso Valley, Onyx, Canebrake, South Lake, Squirrel Valley, River Kern, Havahala, Walker Basin, and Greenhorn. All wanted those communities to stay together as part of the Kern River Valley. What they did not want to do is have us district them in with Bakersfield, Ridgecrest, or Tehachapi. They believe those areas are not at all rural like them, not bounded by isolated topography problems. And they had the Bakersfield, Ridgecrest, and Tehachapi had ready access to goods and services, very much unlike the communities of the Kern River Valley that they identified. And so that is it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that great summary. A lot of input. I'm going to turn this back over to Kennedy for our last area of this morning.
Okay, now we will be looking at Zone G and starting off with Inyo and Mono, who do feel there's communities within them crossing county lines and just counties drawn together. These two communities do feel alike and want to continue to be district together. And then moving north into those Alpine Eastern Sierra communities here, they also feel separate from those below them that they said are the farming agricultural communities. They consider themselves the Alpine mountain communities, concerns with things like fire and enjoying outdoor recreation, and their proximity to Sierra Nevada mountains, Tahoe, Yosemite, and those national treasures we have in this area. And that is all for Zone G, and there were no new COIs to present in this area.
Thank you. I and Commissioner Akutagawa were the liaisons for Zone G, and so I'll do a quick summary of the office input. It turns out we had about 100 submissions or so for Zone G. This was through everything. And it turns out that only about 9 of those came into the office. And a few of them are also overlaps with a little bit of Zone I and Zone F. So I will do a quick summary of the remaining ones. And just for general purposes, of the other remaining out of that 100, it was pretty equal between what came in through the COI tool, what came in through public testimony. I'd say a little bit more through the COI tool itself. I also want to say now from the time we started looking at this area, Alpine County, way in the north, had its large earthquake and then fires. And so, and of course, we've lost any participation from Amador, parts of Calaveras, also for fires. So our hearts are all with everybody, and we're very sorry about that. I'm just going to quickly, there are a couple. One was similar to what Commissioner Turner sort of said, Mariposa. It basically said, hey, we're mountainous, gateway to Yosemite. Please don't put us with the valley. And mountain communities should be together. Then there were 2, which actually, again, came in through Madera, but they were talking about, they were actually in the mountainous region and said, we want to be in those counties that Commissioner Turner said, or the districts, current district, Congressional District 4, State Assembly District 5, and State Senate District 8. They like that because they want to stay with the mountains. They essentially want to cut Madera County up. One other is through Joshua Tree down south, going into what they'd like for the San Bernardino Valley. And the reason why they said it's because in Congressional District 8, that does include Mono Inyo and parts of San Bernardino, the high desert. And they were saying, well, we sort of like that, but we really don't want to go south, which Commissioner Kennedy will get into. And they said, so we don't mind going up with Inyo and Mono. However, the rest of the ones coming into the office all said, starting with Mono and Inyo, which they have a particular link. They have what's called the Eastern Sierra Council of Governments, which works together with all of the communities here. They would like to be known as a community of interest. They have government working together, and it also they're of course gateway to the Death Valley, Kings Canyon, Sequoia National Parks. Mono is gateway to the Yosemite National Parks. It's obviously tourism. It also has agriculture and a large range of grazing land that graze on the federal and LA Department of Water and Power leases. And it turns out, here's something that I think we should all know, is the Eastern Sierra region has uniquely regional issues that would definitely benefit from united regional state representations and congressional, because both counties are characterized by significant percentages, more than 90% of the federally owned and managed land, as well as water exploitation and land management by the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. No other county in the state of California is characterized by a majority of private land being owned by a distant municipality outside their boundaries. Both counties have less than 5% of their land available for private ownership or development, which you can imagine creates an enormous amount of pressure on what they do for regional housing and or retail development. However, they know all this area knows that population-wise, they must be combined with someone else. And so what all the letters have basically proposed is that it be Inyo, Mono, Mariposa, Tuolumne, Calaveras, Amador, Alpine, and then parts of the El Dorado County, Placer County, Nevada County, and Sierra County that are east of the ridge to form the Sierra Nevada district, which has the same geography issues, watershed issues, also history and culture. There's a large Native American population throughout the eastern Sierra regions, and particularly in Alpine County going up around Lake Tahoe Basin. That was their original historic land, which now there's one group in California, and most of them are just on the other side of Nevada, and then continue down Mato and Inyo. So they like those areas and parts of El Dorado, Placer, and Nevada to stay together. And for it's the rural frontier people want to live away from urban areas. They also consider themselves very serious stewards of the land. Their economy depends on recreation. So essentially keeping this in pristine condition, fighting fires is a huge issue. Broadband is another issue. Also insurance. It turns out that many of the parts of this area actually have to go to Lloyd's of London. They cannot get insurance just through the regular insurance of California. And if anyone's had to deal with that, you understand they have huge steep fees because they usually work with countries as opposed to individual homeowners. So these are significant issues, and that's what basically they've all continued to say. So I'm just going to stop right there, and I'm going to turn this over now to hopefully, I'm going to turn it over to our legal team. Unfortunately, I believe we've lost David Becker for this morning. I'm going to turn over to Sal Perez.
Thank you, Commissioner. At this point, we're going to revert to something that we did for the LA County Day and give you a little bit of a demonstration and a sampling of some preliminary racially polarized voting analysis that we're undertaking. And Kennedy, can you take the map to Assembly District 32, that area of the state?
Yes, sorry, as it's loading.
No worries.
Here is Assembly District 32. Would you like me to turn the CVAP on?
Yeah,
now?
so
Okay.
this is an assembly district that traverses, I believe, Kings County and Kern County. And yeah, we'll just walk through each of the CVAP layers, please, starting with, let's start with the black CVAP.
So that is now turned on.
And that's the green layer that we're seeing.
Yes, the green layer is the black CVAP.
So that there's some Black citizen voting age population in the north, as you can see, and the district curls down south and into what I believe is parts of Bakersfield. Could you zoom in, Kennedy?
Yes, I had turned off that city layer just so you could see where that was, but I will turn on this as well so you can see the city names.
Okay, thank you.
do we have all the CVAP data or just the 80 and above?
Could you repeat your question, Commissioner?
Do we have all the different CVAP data on there from, you know, the different colors, or is it just the 80 and above? Because it looks really dark. So I was wondering if we had all of it.
Kennedy, can you remind me if we have each of the gradients from 0 all the way to 100 on there?
Yes, this is from 0 to 80% and above.
Okay, good. So as you can see, there's some Black citizen voting age population in the district, but not a ton. Can we move on to the Asian CVAP?
Yes, and I will be pulling that up now. One moment as this loads on here. And here we go. And I will zoom out so we can see what it looks like on the full assembly district. Takes a while with all that data.
No worries.
And put a little higher here. And there you go.
So similarly as with the Black population, the Asian CVAP is relatively low in this district. And we just wanted to show you that. The main thing that we're looking at in this part of the state is the Latino CVAP, which I'll ask Kennedy to turn on now.
Yes. And I'm going to turn off that city layer as well, just so you see that this is Bakersfield, Hanford, and Lemoore, up in Kings, Delano, McFarland, Wasco, to see where we are in this part of the state. So now I'm going to turn those off. And then I will be turning the Latino CVAP on now.
Great, thank you.
And there you are.
So as you can see, there's a lot more here. The north part of Kings County, the north end of Kern, and lots in the vicinity of Bakersfield and the surrounding areas. You also see that there's an Assembly District 23, which is a neighboring district that has also what appears to be relatively high Latino CVAP. And so this is an area that we're preliminarily taking a look at for purposes of complying with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And at this point, I'd like to call on Megan Gall, our racially polarized voting expert, to walk you through some preliminary analyses that she's been undertaking for this part of the state.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having us again. I did want to run through this really quickly. The electoral history is pretty consistent. In 2020, Rudy Salas won. He is a Latino Democrat. He won with about 60% of the vote as compared to his contender, who had about 40% of the vote. Salas has been in office since 2012, and he won rather handily in 2012. That means he's been the incumbent since then. He has had contenders in all of the elections, but he won at about 60% in all of them. Preliminarily, I have looked at some Rpv analyses. The white voters in the district had a fairly clear preference for the I'm sorry, I'm looking at just the 2020 general for this particular piece. And what I found with the RPV in the 2020 general is that white voters in this district had a fairly clear preference for the Republican contender. His name was Todd Cotta. He is a white Republican. But aside from the white voters, Black, Latino, and other voters, they showed a slight preference for Salas, but it did not have the clear patterns that the white voters showed. The vote was relatively split between Salas and Cotta for Black, Latino, and other voters. But like I said, there was a preference for Salas. It just wasn't as clear of a preference as the white voters had for Cotta. Clearly, that was still enough for Salas to again take lead in the contest and be elected. And that's what we have so far. Again, I just want to mention that that is preliminary findings, but that's what we're seeing so far.
When we do the RPV, do we just look at that district, or do we look at King? Well, obviously for the candidate, you can only look at the district that they're running in. But yeah, this is the one that people always, Bakersfield, where they bring up the circle. Is there a way to do an analysis to see if it makes a difference to keep it full or not full?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you repeat it a different way?
What if we did RPV looking at all of Bakersfield together versus Bakersfield separated into two districts? Because that's where it's separated, right? That hole right above where the hand is.
I would need to look into it a little bit further. We can look under the hood of RPV and see which precincts are showing polarization, which are not. So that is a way to zero in on that. The other way we can zero in on that is looking at other elections in the area, which we will be doing.
And just to be clear, Commissioner, what Megan just presented is just one election, just a very preliminary snapshot of what we're looking at in this area. And to do a full RPV analysis, we would typically look at elections over the past 10 years in this area. And we would look at assembly district races at a first cut, and then we might revert to looking at other elections. For example, the district attorney races in Kern County. But this is just like a first cut, very, very initial read on this area.
And it's an interesting one because Salas has been the incumbent for so many elections, right? That is context that matters.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadvani?
Yeah, I think my comment is along the same vein, just saying that as we continue to progress in the analysis, I mean, just looking at the CVAP here, you can see that it continues into this other regions of Bakersfield, but also that the Latino community extends up into Tulare County in Assembly District 26. So I definitely love to have analysis of this whole region just to make sure we're getting it right. As we rethink this area.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Megan, this is really good. So I was just kind of curious. Right now, you mentioned that there was a little bit more of a preference with the Black, Latino, and others for Salas, but it wasn't like overwhelming. So would that meet one of the jingles? Because it's almost like even. So that was just very interesting that it came out that way. So I'm just wondering, what would you do with that information where it's really showing it's a little bit of preference, but it's not an overwhelming preference?
Well, I do just want to reiterate that these are preliminary, so we will be sort of diving in a little bit more deeply. But in the preconditions, we're looking for does the majority have a clear preference? I'm sorry, does the minority have a clear preference, and does the majority vote to against that minority preference? And here we have a Latino assemblyman who has been winning for the past 10 years. And so, although there is not, although we don't see the racially polarized, the strength of the racially polarized voting in the Black and Latino and other, we still know that they're getting, the Latino candidates are getting enough votes to win. Did that answer your question?
It kind of did, and I realize this is just preliminary. So I'm not even, it's not even related to this race. It was just kind of like in general, because you said a clear preference. And so what is considered a clear preference? Is it a 51% to 49? Or, you know what I mean? Like, if it's that close, I wouldn't say that's a clear preference, but if it was a 60% to 40%, then, you know, that would be a little bit clearer. So I think that's what I'm just trying to grasp and understand a little bit more. So I appreciate you being patient and educating me on that, Megan. Thank you.
So maybe my language was a little bit loosey-goosey. The white voters showed a clear pattern of racially polarized voting. The other voters did not. But what is clear is that there was a preference for Salas, and that makes sense too, right? He won. Like, we would expect a bunch of other voters to have a preference there. I think what I'm seeing is the slight preference for Salas among the Black, Latino, and other. It just means that we don't have a clear pattern of racially polarized voting itself. That does not mean that preferences and slight preferences for candidates don't exist. That's how a candidate wins, right? But we are not seeing clear racially polarized voting in this jurisdiction.
Based solely on this one election.
I also want to mention that next week when we do the training, we will get a lot deeper into this, and we will sort of get on the same page about how we're talking about all of these and sort of understanding them. And I think that will bring a lot of clarity, I hope. That is my goal in the training, at least.
Thank you, Megan, for actually bringing that up, because I was just going to say, you know, guys, a lot of these things are going to be answered on the 23rd. We're trying to get sort of overall direction here. You know, we're going to look at all of these areas, all the CVAP, as far as the entire area here, that not just focusing in on this assembly district. This was sort of an example. You know, our general instruction will be, you know, to the line drawers, please continue working on the visualization process to identify all the areas that might have the area considerations. And then we can look at just giving COI directions over this, and they will be considering these areas. We don't actually have to go into, you know, like, I want to see something here and here and here and here and here. And we want to see COIs in those directions, and we want to make sure we're addressing those areas, but we don't actually have to get into the specific detail, because that is indeed what the line drawers, that general direction is going to cover that. So I just hope that helps a little bit. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Great, thank you. I'm just kind of curious also, I don't know if this is the time to ask, but it is interesting to see the Latino CVAP in this. I am curious, in comparison to 2010, what the growth and changes might be, and I don't know if that's possible to see. And I think part of the reason why I'm asking is the current district right now, I mean, yeah, I'm just wondering, you know, just in terms of how much the growth is and what can it look like? Because the current Assembly District 32 it just looks a little odd with that kind of, it looks like a foot with a toe cocked up. So I'm just wondering if based on what it was then versus what it is now, if it might also inform what possible visualizations we might request. I think Karen might answer that one.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Akutagawa, for that question. I think actually it wasn't called the toe. I think it was called the curl. But either way, once we have the official data available for the state of California, we will be able to provide you with data sets and basically spreadsheets that can compare over under, basically which district is overpopulated, which one's underpopulated. And then we can also show differences in how the district has developed over the last 10 years. So I think that is all going to be forthcoming.
Great, thank you very much. Now I think we might move on to, were there other districts, examples that you wanted to show us?
No, Commissioner, that was it for today.
Great, okay, thank you. In which case, I believe we'll, if we could sort of zoom out, I might turn it back over to the line drawers for direction. Yeah, I think I'll just do that and turn that over to the line drawers. Sorry, I see we still have a few questions while we're zooming out here. No?
Okay.
No, I'm seeing Commissioner Kutagawa, did you have one? Okay.
I have my hand up for visualizations. I'm waiting.
Thank you.
Yes, so if I may, now that we've looked at the citizen voting age population for that particular area, if you wish, we could pull up the citizen voting age population for the entire area that we have just discussed, or would that be helpful to all of you? Or we can go forth and start with direction, and if that is the decision of the commission to just move into direction right now, then I would like to remind you of some of the general direction that you have already provided to us over the last couple of days. So Commissioner Anderson, how would you like to move forward?
Well, I know it would be sort of easy I'd kind of like to see the CVAP just over the full areas, just so we have an idea, and then have you walk us through the general directions and areas, realizing that we'll sort of get to the areas as we get to them.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Kennedy, would you be able to please just pull up CVAP for this area? Just a moment, she's going to have to load that into the map. So. And when we're watching this load, we're all reminded of how many census blocks there are in the state of California, because that is exactly what that program is reminding itself of right now.
If I could just jump in here for a second. Kennedy, could you remove the census blocks, then maybe zoom into the Central Valley and then turn the block layer with CVAP back on, please?
I've turned the labels off of the counties just so that you could see this a little better. If you would like those back on, let me know. Sacramento down to Kings and Tulare.
I think this is an overview right now, so I believe that's fine. And then as we start looking at particular directions, we might be able to possibly turn it on in certain areas. If you could just go through, also put the Asian CVAP and the Black CVAP on, please.
In which case, I'll zoom out to the larger area from Siskiyou down to Kern, and then do that, and you can tell me where you'd like me to zoom in.
Thank you.
So this is the percent Latino loading back on, just so I make sure that you had seen from top to bottom. Then you can let me know if that's good, and I can go on to the next one.
Yes, please. Thank you. Oh, sorry. And Commissioner Sinai?
Actually, I'll wait until we're just talking about the far north.
Thank you.
It is calculating and loading and working its tail off to get you those. Just a large region.
We need some fun dance music while it's doing that. You know, kind of like, yeah, as Commissioner Turner said, today is about keeping your energy up.
Commissioners, would it be helpful or perhaps save a little time if I reminded you of the general direction while this map is loading, since this map clearly has a little indigestion today?
Please do. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I will do that. And so this is the general direction summary that we have received from you on Wednesday and then on Friday. So what we have is, based on CVAP data, be cognizant of areas that may meet the first jingles precondition. The next one was work with the VRA attorneys throughout the visualization process on areas where there may be potential VRA considerations. The next one was follow communities of interest and other public input in the absence of more specific direction about certain areas. Don't split reservations, rancherias, or other tribal areas if possible. In general, it is better to split counties rather than cities and census designated places when needed. And finally, don't split neighborhoods as possible. And of course, this is all as practicable, I'm assuming. But this is basically what we have for the last few days. And then we can add to that as things arise.
And now the percent Asian CVAP is loaded onto the map.
Great. Could we go ahead and then add the and do the same for the Black population?
And then as soon as you've reviewed the Black CVAP, you would be ready to start giving more specific direction.
And I thought what we might do as we do the different areas, I thought we might ask the, any commissioner, of course, can say what like the visualization they'd like to see, but I will be looking to the zone commissioners for a little bit of their expertise to make sure that things that they have noticed are being asked for in visualizations. So get ready. If you don't raise your hand, I'll call on you.
And now Black CVAP is loaded as well.
Great, thank you. Obviously, we'll be able to see more as we look at the particular areas. So at this point, line drawers, where do we want to start?
Kennedy, do you have a preference? Were you planning on starting up north or down south?
Your direction, wherever you start, south or north, we can move up or we can move down, whichever way is best.
I would say let's go north because we also need to give direction for zone A, which is sort of, so we do A and B, because we did not get to do direction for zone A yesterday. So we could do sort of north, considering both areas, and then move south. Well, that's loading. Commissioner Sinai?
Just a couple of things on what we've learned, not necessarily from the COIs, but from conversations. I think it makes sense that we didn't do, this is the least populated area of California, but in some ways it's the most diverse geographically. And so there's different ways of looking at this. It's a very politically active part of California. Politically active. The other piece is it is not an area, and you can tell by probably the census data we'll be getting and others, it's not an area that's very well organized. Nobody in this area got funding on the coastal or inland in this area. No one north of Sacramento has gotten funding for redistricting. And the collaborative hubs and such have told us, that they are, because there are different communities, but they're so hard to reach, that's not where they have put efforts. And I want to put that all out there because the data may not be showing what's really, some of the individuals that are there. So I'm still hoping that we do hear from the Hmong community, which has grown in this area. I always say if there's agriculture in California, there's probably Latinos. And so those are just things to keep in mind, that we're not hearing all those stories because there aren't those individuals who are encouraging, cajoling, and helping people give us feedback, unfortunately.
Thank you. Who wants to jump in with an idea? Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. So just based on the community of interest testimony and the information presented through our online and other platforms, I'm going to suggest that we visualize or ask that we visualize Placer and El Dorado counties together, the full counties, as was in the testimony, but also with Yuba County, as some folks have asked.
Mm-hmm.
So Placer, El Dorado, and Yuba counties for water, environmental concerns, and wildfire concerns were the issues that were brought up.
Just a
and there was significant discussion around El Dorado and Placer, but Yuba County is.
Yuba doesn't actually touch. I'm sorry. It does.
No, it does.
I see what you're saying. It does. Yeah, I missed that. Thank you.
And there was discussion about Yuba and Placer in some of them. So it makes sense to visualize them both Placer El Dorado and Placer El Dorado and Yuba, given that Yuba has population centers.
Thank you. And do you have others, Commissioner Toledo?
Oh, in this area, I would also, a bigger area that I was looking at based on the testimony for slightly different reasons, less of the water, but more of the forestry and environmental concerns, wildfire risk, was Lassen, Plumas, Butte, Sierra, Nevada, Yuba, with portions of Sutter or Sutter, if we can, if there's enough to visualize what that would look like. And that would be the larger area, and that's for forestry, environmental, and fire risk. It's great based on all of the testimony that we've received.
Thank you. Did you want to say anything about Zone A?
Some of these have Zone A in them. Sorry.
Thank you. Commissioners, nope, let's see. Was it Commissioner Sinai was next, or Commissioner Forciari?
I was going to let the others speak first, and then I'll speak.
Commissioner Forciari.
Yeah, so first, just a comment reminder that on April 26th, we had a presentation by the Public Policy Institute of California on population changes in California. And so we had a caller today, I'm sorry, I don't have the name, it's 4109. I apologize, but she was wondering about that. There is a handout if you go to past meetings on April 26, 2021. It's under handouts, number 14, Mapping California's Population Change, 2010 to 2019. But it's particularly relevant now that we're actually starting discussions on map drawing, and the commissioners might want to go back and take a look at that. So as far as direction, a few things I'd like to see. We've got a lot of feedback, Del Norte, Humboldt, Trinity, Mendocino, Sonoma. I'd like to stop there and just see what that looks like. I'd like to see what a district would look like. Sorry, I'll slow down a little bit. I know people are trying to write this down furiously. So the next visualization I'd like to see is Siskiyou, Modoc, Shasta, Lassen, Plumas, Sierra, Nevada, and Placer. I'm mostly interested in the mountain parts, but I'll just leave it at county level. And then the third one up here is really valley focused. So we'll put Shasta, Tehama, Glen, Butte, Sutter, Yuba, Yolo. I think that's Colusa that we can't see the label of, and Yolo. And that's all I got.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Forciari. Did you have another or no? Okay. Commissioner Toledo, you're game for more?
Yes, and also I just had a question. Were we supposed to also give the reason why we're connecting these communities together, or just give the communities? And that's just a question.
Yeah, just your preference a little bit. You don't have to go into a great detail. Certainly, it's always good it's good for discussion purposes if we think later. Again, these are more like, the throw the things on canvas. We might go into, well, that was a crazy idea. But if you have some ideas right now are great. This is not a time to go, that's a bad idea. So if, whatever you want to put out there, the line drawers will come back. We have the population say, sorry, that wouldn't have worked. So
Appreciate
I don't want to restrict anybody right now.
So with that, for Zone A, I was a little confused. I thought we were on B. So for Zone A, Del Norte, Humboldt, Mendocino, Sonoma, and Marin counties, and with also adding in, if population allows, Trinity, Lake counties. And then potentially, secondly, a version that would add Napa into that as well, if or portions of that, if based on population.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. Commissioner Fornachari said one of the first ones I was curious about, and I'm also glad that Commissioner Toledo mentioned the coastal one. So it seems like, just generally speaking, there seems to be a particular interest in having coastal districts throughout the state. And I suspect a lot of climate change has a lot to do with the concerns around having somebody who's focused on the coastal districts. I also, is it okay for me to go to Zone G? Or should I wait on that? So on Zone G, I heard very clearly from a number of callers, as well as from the COI testimony through the tool and through the letters, that they were, the residents there are looking for a Eastern Sierra district, and a lot of it has to do with accessibility to their elected representatives. It really struck me that to get healthcare, it's easier for them to go over into another state than it is to stay within the state, and that to access their elected representatives, a number of them have to undertake a several-hour drive because of either the just the accessibility of the mountain passes, or just where they happen to be located. It's their only option. So with that said, I would like to see a couple different visualizations. I've heard some comments about including a portion, I guess, of what would be El Dorado County because of the Lake Tahoe area. It's hard to see from the map just where exactly that cutoff would be, but probably, that kind of greater Lake Tahoe area going down into probably, most of Alpine County, Calaveras, Tuolumne. I'm also conscious about where the mountains are as well too. So, but Tuolumne, Mariposa, I think let's just put in all of Mariposa. I know Madera, we did also hear that the mountainside, they did not feel like they should be with the Central Valley because they're very different. So maybe from somewhere along where the mountain is and then going eastward should be included in that Eastern Sierra district. And then let's also include the mountainside of Fresno County. So that would be like the Inyo Forest, and then let's include them. And then let's see. Okay, and let's just stop there. And so anything from that Fresno County going eastward, so it would also include part of Inyo County as well too. Now, the other thing, the second visualization, the other, I guess, one on that would be a further expansion that would include the sequoias, and to respect what to respect the Three Rivers folks, perhaps that would be the cutoff. That would be kind of the foothills of that mountain range there. So including the sequoias, and then that would essentially go all the way down to the Tulare and Inyo County border. And let's see what that would also look like. And then one more third visualization. I think there's some different perspectives about the Kern area, that going down a little bit into the Inyo Kern. That would also include a part of Ridgecrest as well too. That's really the foot of the Eastern Sierras in a sense. What would a visualization look like with them included as well too? And that's it for me.
Okay. And now everyone, I think we're doing a pretty good job, and make sure we'll try to say, when we talk about it, and then say now, so my direction, my visualization is, and I think we're doing a pretty good job so far. I just want to remind everyone, make sure you say that. So the line drawers, they don't start writing down everything we're saying. They're just going for what you actually particularly want to see, and maybe a couple of other items too. But Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. There's a few inputs that we got, and I don't have all the details, but I thought they were good. COI number 9246 said, when looking at this region, look at the I-5 corridor, the 395 corridor, and the 101 corridor. And so if we could please have visualizations for each of those corridors, that might be helpful. The other one, and I was trying to look this up, but there are 7 national forests plus the Cascade Mountains in this region. And so, keeping in mind that how federal laws and federal, affect these certain regions, one of the recommendations was keeping those 7 national forests together. Kind of looking, I don't want to make a guess on what it is. So if we could please, I think, it's 6 Rivers National Forest, Klamath, Shasta Trinity, Modoc, Lassen, Plumas, and Mendocino. But if we could research what are the 7 national forests and do some, do a visualization on that, what if on what it would look like to keep all those together for the purpose.
Just a quick clarification. These are the ones in the north, the national forest, the 6 north.
7 national, we're in zone A and B.
Thank you.
Someone else took us somewhere else, but I'm going back to zone A and B. So they're the Cascade Mountains and the 7 national forests, because people are really, the way they had put it, and I want to put it out there, is they're really tired of fires and they want a cohesive way of looking at this and federal management of it. And so I wanted to hear that. I wanted them to know we heard them. This is one area, both A and B, that I strongly encourage us not to split any counties. The counties are the size of many cities. And let's just be really respectful of those pieces. I think we heard that over and over again. And I think the 2 biggest visualizations for congressional districts are the ones we've already given, going straight down the coast from Del Norte all the way down to Marin. But then there's the other one that is kind of cutting it a square, and most people say, some people include Mendocino. Never separate Del Norte from Humboldt, because that's the only transportation corridor that Del Norte has is through Humboldt. But some say Del Norte, Humboldt. This is where it would be good for you all to do the visualizations for us to see what works because of population sizes. But Del Norte, Humboldt, Mendocino, Trinity, Siskiyou, Modoc, Lawson, Shasta, Temaha, and Plumas. and Butte, I think. There was a lot of don't separate Yuba and Sutter, and then sometimes it's Yuba, Sutter, Colusa, and Butte. So I think the most important part of this area is going to be understanding what's federal mandate, what the federal congressional district kind of have oversight over versus what is state oversight, to kind of help think this through. I did hear a lot, and I think this is where Commissioner Farnashari was going, is on the coast when you're going from Del Norte all the way down to Marin. We did receive a lot of input, not in callers, but in writing, saying, please do not include Marin, Sonoma, and Napa. They're very different. So just any different visualizations, keeping Marin, Sonoma, and Napa together. We've heard Napa and Yolo, or so, we've heard, Napa and Yolo, we've heard. And then the only one I haven't heard others say, it has been going from Yolo. So basically what they said was going from UC Davis to Chico State. And they weren't much more detailed than that, but if we could have a visualization that captures kind of Davis to Chico State. Thank you. Sorry, I know I was quick.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Actually, we have a question, a clarification question for Commissioner Kutagawa from the line drawer.
Yes, my question just concerned that last visualization that you gave when you said to include Ridgecrest over here. So you spoke about ending at that kind of Sequoia National Forest, but would that include Lake Isabella or just over to Ridgecrest? I wasn't sure.
Can you just zoom in on just a tad bit more?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's include Lake Isabella. I think because that 178 seems like that is the crossover point through the Sierras for folks coming down from the 395. So yeah, let's go ahead and let's include that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
May I?
Yes. Any other questions from the line drawers?
Yes, please, if I may. And this actually goes a little bit into yesterday, but also has to do with some of the direction that Commissioner Akutagawa gave yesterday as we were going through some of the direction, particularly concerning the certain population groups. We wanted to verify whether you would want to see some visualizations, perhaps if necessary, that jump the Golden Gate Bridge, or whether the Golden Gate Bridge is a hard line for you. Because looking at it, it may include, some of these visualizations may include a jump over and across the Golden Gate Bridge north. If we could get some direction of that. And again, this is preliminary, so it's the same for us. We just don't want you to be surprised if we hop over the Golden Gate Bridge, if you wanted us to absolutely not do that. Thank you.
What I might jump in on that. There were a lot of people who said, don't put us with San Francisco from Marin. It's no, because and San Francisco has a great deal of local politics. And unfortunately, if other areas, they get drowned out. They don't exist. Now, that's one perspective. There's a lot of data on that one, but I see other commissioners waving their hands wildly. So sorry, should we, on that one, do we want to just, is anyone who wants to talk about that one first, since Karin asked that direct question, then we'll go back to regular questions. I'm seeing Commissioner Fernandez, did you have Any comment about that or not yet?
I think my only comment with that would be, once you get down to the numbers, you may have to cross the bridge regardless. So that's my only comment. I do realize that many said don't cross the bridge, but at some point we may have to. Maybe the initial ones don't have it, but again, it may have to change. Thank you for bringing that up, Karen. I was actually thinking of that, Karen, yesterday. I can't believe it's going to same wavelength today.
And sorry, I will come back to you because I know you had other questions. Commissioner Turner, did you have anything about that one?
About that one was just that I was going to suggest, I think the question was of Commissioner Kutagawa, it was her visualization. I just wondered what her intent was. But other than that, nope, I think either way, we'll see what the numbers show.
And Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I think from a community of interest standpoint, I think most of the community of interest was to keep Marin outside of San Francisco, but the numbers may result in us having to look at different visualizations, but I don't think we're there yet because we don't have the numbers.
And Commissioner Sinai?
I'd like to remind us that we were told at the very, very beginning that one of the big stumbling blocks that happened in 2010 was that they committed to not crossing the bridge too early, and that messed up their maps further down. And so I think right now we don't commit to anything, and we do visualizations that might include having to cross the bridge. There's a lot going on, and I'm going to put it out there because people think we don't see it. There is a lot going on that's veiled politics, and we understand that. I don't know when we get to talk about it or if we get to talk about it, but we do see that, we do understand, and we want to do what's best for all Californians, not just certain Californians. And so we don't want to mess up our options for the future because of local politics in one place.
And Commissioner Yee.
Yes, I'm thinking about a lot of the reasons that Zone A and coastal folks gave for wanting to keep themselves together, more rural coastal concerns. That doesn't apply to all of Marin County. It applies to some. It's, the more urban areas in southern Marin County are different than that. So, yeah, I want to be open to crossing the bridge if it comes to that.
Okay. And I see Commissioner Toledo again on that one.
I'm just going to point out that I don't think at any time that I don't think we're making any decisions here. We're just looking at visualizations and not planning to make any decisions as to any line drawing decisions. We don't even have the numbers yet.
Yes, very good point. So I guess it's if a visualization for some reason makes sense to do it that way, yes, there's no hard. We're not saying do not cross that line.
Thank you so much, commissioners. We appreciate it.
And thank you. Okay, now back to Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. One thing I wanted to clarify when I was giving my report, I mentioned that Garamendi's district. I wasn't sure which one it was. I couldn't remember. I should know because I'm in that district. But he's actually in congressional district number 3, not 5. So I wanted to make sure I was on record with the correct congressional district. And then also in terms of visualizations, I had already given my direction because at this point in time, without having the numbers, I'm really just interested in the visualizations associated with the communities of interest that we've received. So I don't want to, I'm not going to repeat all of them. And this specifically, it relates statewide and then also to Zone D, which is my zone. I don't want anyone to think I'm not involved, but I am involved because really right now my focus is communities of interest. And I went back to the Zone D, the first meeting on June 21st, and I thought it was interesting because all of the callers were more interested in keeping counties together, certain counties, and then the meeting later in August on the 21st, that was when we got more to the communities in terms of in specific cities. We heard from the Latinos, the Asian Americans, the Russian, the Punjabi Sikh, the Hmong, Filipino, Afghan, Syrian, Black, African Americans. So I'm just very curious to see how that all pans out with all of the visualizations based on the communities of interest that we receive. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Commissioner Turner.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get in line. Are we ready to do Zone F, or are we still staying in this one zone?
I've got one more in A.
Yeah, Commissioner Sinai.
I would like us to look at both the census and CVAP, because sometimes the census will give us more information about communities, especially future voters, versus the CVAP only, looking at one. But looking at Latino community in San Rafael, San Rafael connected to Richmond and then San Pablo. So it's right in, in the crossing the bridge in the Bay Area. So it's the southern part. And I know that there's other pockets of Latinos in Novato and others, but just if we can just look at that piece. I'm kind of looking at and this is one of those areas, San Rafael connect, right by the bridge where San Quentin is there. So this is one of those communities where the ethnicity data is going to be different once we pull out the numbers, reallocate the incarcerated people to other areas. But if we can do a visualization focusing kind of on seeing the potential of Latino voters and community of interest of Latinos in San Rafael, all the Richmond, San Pablo, and in that direction. Thank you.
Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Again, just asking for visualizations based on COI that covered today. I'd like to see one that has the whole of San Joaquin County kept as one. I'd like to see Lodi, Linden, Lockford, Farmington, with all of Stanislaus. Thank you. Also for, with that one, make sure that we're not including Tracy, not including Mountain House.
Just make Tracy its own little district by itself. And for those who don't know, we're just joking around. Commissioner Farnashari is from Tracy, not because we're anti-Tracy.
Just sharing the request. And then also a district that included San Joaquin with Stanislaus, devoid of Contra Costa. And then if we can go to Fresno, I think is the last one I'd like to try at this point. There was a lot of testimony in Fresno about ensuring that Northwest Fresno, Northeast Fresno is kept separate from, let's see, where those
Clovis.
Yeah, and North Fresno. Yeah, Clovis, Fig Garden, they do not want that included, so just separate districts there. I think that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. I actually haven't jumped in and said anything about some visualization. So can we go back up to the north for A, B, and also D? And one that wasn't mentioned, what I'd like to see is looking over the coast, I'd like to see Del Norte, Humboldt, Trinity, Mendocino, including not all of Sonoma, but Sonoma and Marin, but excluding essentially the part of Sonoma, which is essentially the wine country. So starting, and I don't have I know we've had some communities of interest have said the wine country portion of Sonoma, which is the eastern portion with Napa and Solano, put those together. So exclude that part out of Sonoma, but include Marin as far as that visualization. So then into the valley, I'd like to see the portion of Sonoma. I think it's like say Petaluma or something east, including Napa, Solano, and then possibly parts of Yolo. The other thing that we definitely heard is, again, in the central there, is Sutter and rats. What's the one next to it? Sutter and Yuba. Sutter and Yuba with Butte. Those Sutter and Yuba are basically, they have the water districts together. They essentially do almost everything together with Butte. I'd like to see that. Across the north, then I'd also like to see then, in terms of this adding Sierra Nevada, and Placer, and El Dorado, parts of those, essentially there's a ridge line, and essentially from the ridge east, those counties, that portion of those counties with the counties of Zone G, which are the Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, Mariposa, and including, and I did not read this from, we got several of these come in, the portion of Madera, which is, where do I have that? Including the part of Madera County east of the San Joaquin River, which includes the Devil's Postpile National Monument, which you can only access from Mammoth. So including that area. Okay, and then around what I think we already said that around Sacramento, the area that includes essentially the western portion of Placer, El Dorado, with the northern portion of well, no, just that, the western portion of Placer and El Dorado together. Essentially, if you divide that ridge, I don't know the population wise, if that's enough. And then that's then moving, now it will move back into essentially going further south. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. And yeah, that I was just going to go there as far as Placer County, because looking at the Placer County supervisorial districts, you've got 4 of the 5 districts down there in, kind of the Sacramento Valley. And then you have one that's the entire eastern part of Placer County. And I was going to say, I would like to see something that has Placer County supervisorial districts 1 through 4 grouped with kind of Sutter, Yuba, Sacramento, and see where that takes us. And then Placer County supervisorial district 5 can go with Nevada, Sierra, El Dorado. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I particularly, just given because it's fresh in my mind, I'd really like to see a visualization in is it Tulare, the Three Rivers or Visalia region visualized, so that Three Rivers and Visalia are kept together in a single visualization.
Commissioner Vasquez?
Yeah.
My sincere apologies. I kind of lost track of time, and we're up against a break. Can I ask you to hold?
Yeah, I apologize.
The rest of your input until after the break, please.
Sure.
So we'll break till 1. Thank you. Sorry.
Half hour or hour?
Oh, was it lunch? Yeah, half hour. Sorry. 1:15.
Just checking. Just checking.
Yeah,
That
thank
was
you for
mean.
keeping me.
Chair, you doing too much.
Getting shorter and shorter.
We got a lot of work to do. We got to get it done. Yeah, sorry. 1:15. Welcome back, California. I hope all my fellow commissioners enjoyed their luxuriously long half-hour lunch. I am going to turn it right back to Commissioner Vasquez to continue her input.
Thank you. That was the rest of my input. So if I had been allowed even 10 more seconds from our chair, we might have been able to have a clean break. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did the line drawers get everything?
We have received quite a bit of direction from you. Thank you so much. I think we have a couple of areas that we would like to clarify. And then also we haven't talked about Merced at this point. So if you don't mind, I would like for Kennedy to be able to weigh in.
Yeah, yes, please go ahead. Go right ahead.
So on top of that, I think also Sacramento as well. We can start north and make our way south. Should we be including visualizations with West Sacramento into Sacramento County, into Sacramento City? Should we keep, what do we do with this northern part of Sacramento, these cities here, whether they go out with these ones or not? Maybe even like this southern part of Sacramento as well, keeping it with it, putting it down to San Joaquin, even maybe taking a look at, you know, Merced, what to do with Merced at all. We haven't had much direction here. And lastly, we actually hadn't gone into Bakersfield or Kern County at all yet. So those are some places we could start.
Yes, got it. And so you were just looking for areas we don't have direction yet. There weren't any other clarifications you needed at this point.
Oh, none for me. No clarifications, just places we should go into. I'm not sure if Karen did.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just the Sacramento area a little bit. That area around West Sacramento and Sacramento that Kennedy just highlighted. It would be good to get some impressions from you about what you would like to do up there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I'll continue on then. Commissioner Toledo? I'll come back to him. Commissioner Turner.
Yes, thank you. For Merced, let me just see what a visualization would look like if we did draw Merced County. Let's see, they were, I think, kept as a VRA district previously, but they want to keep their county boundaries intact, so we can see what that looks like now in this new area. And I wanted to also go back to Fresno because there was also testimony that requests that Fresno County not be split and be one Senate district. And then I was trying to find notes from earlier. It wasn't so much in the presentation today, but there was, I remember conversation around, so this isn't a visualization, I'm just talking, around Lemoore, the African-American community around Lemoore. So Kennedy, can you show me that area and let's see if it triggers anything in my mind. Was it perhaps Lemoore and Hanford? Maybe let's see what that looks like with those together. And I know they did not, I'm thinking from memory now that they did not want to be part of Tulare, but we'll, I think that's what it was. Okay. And then down in Kern, Mhm. Yeah, I'm the like Tehachapi and all of that area in there. I think kept together with some of those mountain communities up above it. In a district that's separate from the more of the Bakersfield, Oildale, McFarland, Wasco. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Commissioner Toledo? Not yet. Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. And I'm going to apologize up front because I did receive further clarification from Karen in terms of what we're seeking. I thought the COIs would automatically be visualizations, but they're not. So I'm going to, Kennedy, there's going to be quite a few that I'm going to note right now for the Zone D. And I'm glad that I reviewed all of the COIs from that have been submitted. So I can't remember if this was said or not, but to keep Placer and El Dorado County together would be one. And then if you could do a separate visualization of Placer, El Dorado, and Nevada counties together, that'd be great. I think we already did this one, but just in case, keeping Solano and Yolo counties together, that would be another visualization. And the next one would be to keep Yolo County whole. I would actually like to see two separate visualizations, one with West Sacramento in it, which is part of Yolo County, and then another visualization showing West Sacramento with Sacramento. Another one of keeping Roseville and Antelope together. That was our large Punjabi Sikh community. And keeping Elk Grove as one community is another visualization. That's another large Punjabi Sikh community. In terms of the South Sacramento that you were talking about earlier, Kennedy, the next one would be keeping the entire Greenhaven whole, as well as combining it with Elk Grove. And that was our Asian American population, if I could have a visualization of that. And then for our Hmong community in the Sacramento area, that was the Meadowview Lemon Hill that we had discussed earlier, as well as we received prior input on that. Another one would be to keep Sacramento County together. I don't think that's going to be possible because of the population, but I'd just like to see what that looks like. And another one would be the Art and Arcade and Carmichael neighborhoods that we talked about earlier. That would be great. That's our Afghan and Syrian refugee community. And Del Paso Heights a couple times came up, so if we can have that too. And I think, in Sacramento, also Broadway to Meadowview, that's our African American community. And then if you could also do one for the downtown Sacramento, which is our LGBTQ community, that's great. And the last one would be kind of the northern part of Folsom, El Dorado, Roseville, Rockland, Plumas, and Granite Bay. Those actually cross over 3 different counties, Sacramento, Placer, and El Dorado. I'm sorry, I left one out. One of our testimonies was to keep the River Delta Unified School District together, and that one will be a little bit challenging because that does cross over 3 counties of Sacramento, Solano, and Yolo. And just that is the Delta, what we call the Delta community, and it's the Northern Delta, as opposed to the Southern Delta, which would be more of the Pittsburgh area. So thank you so much. I know that's a lot, but sorry, Karen, once you give me direction, I'm on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. Before I call on Commissioner Sadwani, that area that Commissioner Fernandez just left, the northern Delta area, I would actually like to see that very same area, but expanded to go south to include the Delta area that is in San Joaquin County like say Terminus, and not including Stockton, but that entire area going over then into actually Contra Costa, the Bethel Island, say Oakley, that area, kind of and possibly Rio Vista, that entire kind of chunk of the Delta area. And if we need to grab more population to make it sort of an area going west along the Delta. That's one I would like to see in that area. And I think then going back up north to the Sacramento County with its neighbors of, and I don't know if we were clear, Commissioner Kennedy mentioned this, and I tried to mention it, but I don't know if I'm quite got that. The direction would be, again, where Commissioner Fernandez mentioned that hits the three counties, but essentially the Folsom, Citrus Heights, the Roseville, Rockland, Lincoln areas of Placer, El Dorado Hills, the Coloma, that kind of chunk of those three counties. Like it's north of of Sacramento proper, but includes like Antelope, the Citrus Heights, possibly Fairbanks, but Folsom, that northern area there, which before it gets up into too much of the Sierras. Essentially start there and then move up into those counties until you have enough population. I'd like to see that. So, Commissioner Sabani.
Thank you. Yes, actually, Commissioner Fernandez covered much of my comments. In particular, I think for Sacramento, I'm very curious. It's not an area that I personally know, but I am familiar with all the COI testimony that has come in. It's not clear to me, however, with all of the COI testimony of what the trade-offs really are. So as Commissioner Fernandez was mentioning all of those COIs, which were also on my mind, it's not clear to me what happens when we connect some COIs with other COIs and vice versa. So I'll be really interested to see that area given the various trade-offs that seem to make sense. The other key pieces, in terms of Central Valley, I don't have a ton of direct direction to give. And in part, I just want to re-emphasize the direction that we have already given for the whole state around VRA analysis. I think that throughout that region, looking at, in particular, and starting with the Latino community will be really essential to building out districts throughout this area. I envision that will probably mean crossing county lines that weren't crossed in the past, given the Section 5 considerations, as one of the callers today had alluded to. And so I just really want to uplift that direction. That for me, much of my thinking in that area is going to stem from that. And I'll just remind commissioners about a case in Kern County several years ago, dealing with, I believe it was their Board of Supervisors, the Luna case. And I certainly think that we have to be really cautious about how we proceed throughout the Central Valley areas and Bakersfield and Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sabani. We have a question from the line drawers.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. May I please ask Commissioner Fernandez about her COIs? Thank you so much for listing those. We were wondering if should we take a look at who these COIs said they would like to be combined with, so that we can get a little bit more than just the individual population on those COIs, and maybe expand those visualizations a tiny little bit. Would that be okay?
Yes, of course, that would be great, because yes, at the end of the day, you want to see what a true district could look like, right? So thank you. I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Sabani?
You are muted, Commissioner Anderson.
Oops. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Yes. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Thank you. I have a visualization that I'd like to request, but before I do that, I'd like to also make a clarification with Karen. So if I'm hearing you correctly, are you going to be taking a look at the COI testimonies that we've received and also provide additional visualizations based on, let's just say, COI testimonies in which there's been a greater amount of COI testimonies? I think we're all trying to just recall all of those as much as possible, but I just wanted to know whether or not we need to all go back through the COI testimony and then start naming the ones that, were particularly, ones in which we might not have covered with what we've already requested. Because there's been a lot of COI testimony, and I think there are particular ones that stood out, but then there are also other ones that I'm wondering if we should also be, making sure that if they're not already getting addressed in the requests for visualizations that we've already done, whether or not we need to literally go through each one and check off the list, basically.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. First of all, I think those are really good questions. I think we all have to keep going through the testimony because, as you said, it is just a lot and there's going to be more coming, and reminding ourselves what the testimony is, in particular, once you have some visualizations and you're looking at more specifics, is going to be really important. You've already given us general direction to, follow the COI testimony. If there is no direction, to not do that. So basically, if there's not more specific direction. So I think we're good. I think we have a lot of different COIs that we can develop for some of these areas that we've discussed. So I think this is a really good starting point. As Kennedy said, there are a couple of areas in the region that we're discussing right now where we don't have a lot of input. So I think that will be really important to go down there so that we, general direction is one thing, but really getting some specifics at least from all of you so that we can kind of figure out, do we go a little bit north? Do we go a little bit south with this? What have you heard and how do you feel about it is really important for us to be able to give you something that you can then work off. And specifically about the comment that I just made just a few minutes ago, I think, when you're saying, see if you can keep this COI, I want to see this particular COI visualized, then what we can do is we can show you that COI and we can tell you how many people are in it, but, expanding it a little bit. And then for us, if we can just look at the testimony, perhaps, unless, you've given us other specifics and we can say, okay, this particular COI, this is how many people are in it. They also said that they want to be, or they could be with, these and these areas, then we can put that into one visualization, and that might be more useful to you than to just look at the population of the community of interest. So that's the way I'm looking at it.
Okay.
Starting small, putting together like puzzle pieces, and then going larger and kind of seeing where that gets us.
Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful to know. I just wanted to, your last comment, or Commissioner Sadwani, and then your comment just got me thinking, or maybe it was Commissioner Fernandez, actually. It was Commissioner Fernandez. I do have an additional visualization that I'd like to request, and this is, I know yesterday we talked about Vallejo being perhaps included as part of I think it was a Contra Costa County COI/visualization. I know that we've also gotten some feedback or some COI testimony asking that Vallejo instead also be, along with American Canyon, be included as part of Napa. And so these are some of those places where there's conflicting testimony. And so whatever visualizations, or I shouldn't say whatever visualization, I'd like to see a visualization in which Vallejo and American Canyon is included with Napa as well too. And I would like to also revisit the Contra Costa San Joaquin Delta area, and some of the testimony that I know that I heard, and I feel like there's just been a lot, so I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not muddling everything. But the testimony that I heard around the Delta is interesting in that it seemed like Pittsburgh and Antioch, there were different people that had thoughts about whether or not it should be included in one district. But a visualization that I'd like to see is one that is Pittsburgh, Antioch, Bethel Island, Oakley, Knightson, Brentwood, Discovery Bay. Perhaps we could go down to Byron, and then that would include along those, and I don't know if you could zoom in a little bit more because it's hard to see some of the smaller cities that are along that Delta area. But the northernmost areas would be, I think what I recall hearing is that a district would include Rio Vista, Ileton, Terminus. And then on the eastern edge, it wouldn't go as far as like, it wouldn't go as far in to Stockton, but perhaps along those waterways, I don't see any cities at the level that we're at right now, but yeah, like in that general area, perhaps including a visualization that would also include that as well too. I think Commissioner Anderson's visualization went a little bit, included some of these cities further north, I believe, if I was hearing her correctly. And then since we're doing this, down into the Central Valley around Bakersfield. Can you go further in? Bakersfield, I feel like I have to, it'll be easier if you can go much further in. Okay, thank you.
You can also turn up the cities and towns layer and it just be the backdrop.
Yeah, yeah, that was a little bit easier. You know what? I'm sorry. Let's just come back to me on that one. I think I just need to look at it a little bit differently, I think, right now. So I'll just, if you could just go ahead and move on to someone else, I'll just.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
Commissioner Anderson, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry, no wonder Commissioner Sinai didn't say anything. Commissioner Sinai?
Oh. Thanks. Sorry about that. I just, building on what Commissioner Kutigawa said, my understanding was that we were reading every single zone, everything we got, and that's why staff had prepared the packets. And that's why I was joking around that we were reading 300, 500 pages each time. If you haven't, I really do encourage us all to read them, because the narratives that coming from the written, from the COI tool and other testimonies, is different than the ones that we heard. And remember, we have said everything is equal. And so, you know, hopefully at the minimum, the leads for each zone have read that full packet. And so I'm kind of trusting you all to be taking the lead. I tried to read all of them, but there was no way last night, especially because we had 2 zones to to lead. But if you haven't, really do take some time to go over it. And even though it says 500 pages, it's really not 500 pages, because the artificial intelligence is not as intelligent as we are. So a lot of things repeat over and over again, and you can just skip them. But that is the promise that we made to the community, was that it didn't matter if they called in, they wrote in, or they used the tool. Everything was equal.
Great, thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Kutagawa, are you back? Or you still want another minute?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, back down to Kern, please. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I would like to see a visualization, which is similar to what Commissioner Kutagawa said, the mountainous region, which is, what Glenville, the 178, the Bear Valley, the whole Rosamond, all the way out to Ridgecrest. Starting there, and then moving east into San Bernardino County, and just doing that. Also, then could you shift the map a little bit east and also south? Yeah, heading over. Say you don't put, one visualization would be you don't put Rosamond in, but you go Edwards, and then don't put the Victorville, but everything north of that in San Fernando County, all the way to the border. I'd like to see that as a visualization. And then the other visualization, which I'm sure we'll get into, actually we already did LA, but this afternoon we'll get into more with San Bernardino. The similar kind of area going down then, but starting with the mountains in Kern, going down into Los Angeles County to catch the Lancaster Palmdale area. And then moving over to gather more population into the Victorville Apple Valley area, but not necessarily going north of I-40. And that's all I have for this area. Do we have anyone else who has any more for this area before we ask for a readback? Oh, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, actually, Commissioner Anderson, you did inspire me to think about I think we heard some other testimony. One, that there was a preference not to go eastward into San Bernardino. And I do wonder if we were to keep that particular area that you were talking about, Lake Isabella to Ridgecrest, down through Edwards and Rosamond, and including perhaps a portion of Bakersfield. I know Bakersfield is a large area, but I do recall some people mentioning that they would rather be affiliated with Bakersfield than going the other way around. Of course, we also heard from folks in that area that wanted to have, I believe, possibly Ridgecrest down to the Antelope Valley. There was a kind of a lot of different testimony around, where that, particularly the Mojave, Rosamond, and Edwards Air Force Base and California City should be aligned with. But there were a few that mentioned that they wanted to keep everything in the Kern County, a Kern County area district. So I wonder if we could see or I would like to see a visualization that would include perhaps it would be like a southeastern region of Bakersfield, it's hard to see where exactly would be the appropriate place to break it off. And I don't know what the population numbers would be. It may need to grab from Bakersfield. It may need to just stay outside of Bakersfield. Great, thank you. Commissioner Mott.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify something. Commissioner Sinai, when you said packets, what are you referring to? 500-page packets?
What Chair of Executive Director Alvagaro emailed us that staff downloaded the COIs by zones. So it was
Oh, okay. Oh, so it's not anything different than what's already displayed publicly.
Right. It's all
okay.
publicly
Okay.
displayed. Sorry, I should have been more clear.
Thanks.
Thank you for that clarification. So at this point, I'm going to turn this back over to the line drawers to jump into, or we're ending our session here temporarily and moving on to, let's see, zone I, J, and K.
Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. So we're doing a handover from me to Andrew and from Kennedy to John. So there's going to be a little switch over here while John logs on and Andrew takes over. And we're also going to have Dale from Stromwasser-Wucher on and not Sal. So I think I have covered all of the various changes, the flying changes here. And just wanted to say thank you so much for working with us this morning. This was really great. And we have lots of work to do. So Kennedy, I think you can take the screen down. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. I know we're already saying thank you very much to Karin and Kennedy and all the
Jamie,
Sal and everybody. And now we'll just pass it over to the next gang.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. We're happy to be here, and I know it's been a long day. I've been here with you since the beginning, so I've been listening and following along behind the scenes. So we are now going to be looking at the southern, zone or the southern region, zones I, J, and K.
Actually,
as they were.
I'm sorry, Andrew. I must stop. I totally forgot. We actually have to do the quick review. Of everything we did just before to make sure the staff, our notes are there, and then we jump in. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'm going to give this over to, I believe it's the staff who will be reading through.
Yes, Ashley is on, and she's going to be reading through. Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you.
Yes. All right. I will start with Commissioner Toledo. He wanted Placer and El Dorado counties together, and also with Yuba counties for the water, environmental, and fire concerns. A second visualization for Lawson County, Plumas, Butte, Yuba, including portions of Sutter or all of Sutter. Moving on to Commissioner Fornashari, there was visualization 1 for Del Norte, Humboldt, Trinity, Mendocino, and Sonoma. V2 for Siskiyou, Modoc, Shasta, Lawson, Plumas, Sierra, Nevada, and Placer. V3, Shasta, Tehama, Glen, Butte, Sutter, Yuba, Yolo, Colusa, and Yolo. Sorry, I said Yolo twice. Back to Commissioner Toledo, we have Del Norte, Humboldt, Mendocino, Sonoma, and Marin. And then possibly a version of that would include Trinity and Lake County if population allows, and another version that would allow for Napa or portions of Napa. We will go to Commissioner Akutagawa. We have V1 for the greater Lake Tahoe area down to most of Alpine County, including Calaveras, Tulum, Mariposa, Madera from the mountains and eastward of that. And then to include the mountainside of Fresno County, including the Inyo Forest and then part of Inyo County as well. B2 for a further extension of that to also include the Sequoias and Three Rivers area down to Tulare and Inyo County border. And then B3 would be Kern down to the Inyo-Kern border and including Lake Isabella, part of Ridgecrest, and the foot of the Eastern Sierras area. I have Commissioner Sinai with B1 for the Cascade Mountains and 7 National Forests, which would be in Zone A and B. They want to be kept together. And then for some congressional districts, Del Norte down to Marin, and a note to never separate Del Norte from Humboldt County. Another visualization for Del Norte, Humboldt, Mendocino, Trinity, Siskiyou, Modoc, Lassen, Shasta, Tehama, Plumas, and Butte. B4 to keep Marin, Sonoma, and Napa together. And then another visualization for UC Davis to Chico State. Commissioner, I just have notes. I don't think these were directions, but from Fernandez, Toledo, and Yee, there was an agreement to possibly cross the Golden Gate Bridge if needed when drawing lines in my area. Okay, and then moving on, for another one from Commissioner Sinai, to do one of the Latino community starting in San Rafael and then connect that to Richmond and San Pablo, going in that direction. From Commissioner Turner, we have a visualization of the whole of San Joaquin County being kept together as one. We have another one for keeping Lodi, Linden, Lockford, Farmington, and Stanislaus County, not including Tracy or Mountain House. And then another one to include San Joaquin, West Stanislaus, and without Contra Costa. And then one more from Commissioner Turner for Fresno, Northwest Fresno, and Northeast Fresno being kept separate from Clovis.
And that's from North Fresno and Clovis.
And then moving on, Commissioner Anderson, we have a visualization to keep Del Norte, Humboldt, Trinity, Mendocino, including Sonoma and Marin, but excluding the part of Sonoma that is wine country. A second one would be the part of Sonoma that was excluded from that first visualization. So that would be Sonoma starting in the city of Petaluma, going east to include Napa, Solano, and possibly parts of Yolo. A third for Sutter, Yuba, and Butte County. And visualization 4 for adding Sierra Nevada, Placer, El Dorado from the ridge east with counties of Zone G, including portions of Madera east of San Joaquin River, and to include, it was unclear there, but a national monument that is accessed from Mammoth.
Devil's Post File.
Devil's Post File. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. And then we have one more, which would be Sacramento, and then including the western portion of Placer and El Dorado. From Commissioner Kennedy, we have one that would be supervisoral districts 1 through 4 of Placer County, and then including that with Sutter, Yuba, and Sacramento. And then the second one would be Placer Supervisoral District 5, included with Nevada, Sierra, and El Dorado County. Commissioner Vasquez, we have Tulare with the Three Rivers and Visalia region in a single district. Commissioner Turner, we, the first one, the African American community in Lemoore and Hanford, and the second in Kern, the sorry about the pronunciation, but the Teja, Choppy, and mountain communities above it in a separate district from Bakersfield. We have a lot coming up from Commissioner Fernandez, so I will go a little slower, but we have the first one from Placer and El Dorado County. Second, Placer, El Dorado, and Nevada. Third, Solano and Yolo. Fourth, Yolo, keeping Yolo whole, including that of West Sacramento. And the fifth one, including West Sacramento with Sacramento County. We have keeping Roseville and Antelope together. The eighth one, Elk Grove in one community. 9, entire Greenhaven whole, which would be the Asian American community. 10, Greenhaven included with Elk Grove, again for the Asian American community. 11, the Hmong community within Meadowview and Lemon Hill. 12, Arden Arcade and Carmichael communities, which is representative of the Afghan community, and to also possibly include Del Paso Heights. 13, Broadway to Meadowview for the African American community. 14, Northern Folsom, El Dorado, Roseville, Rockland, Loomis, and Granite Bay, growing across the 3 counties of Sacramento, Placer, and El Dorado. 15, downtown Sacramento for the LGBTQ community. And 16, the River Delta Unified School District, which also goes across 3 counties, but that one is Sacramento, Solano, and Yolo counties.
Yeah, Ashley, just real quick, great job capturing that. But I think on your number 9 and 10, remind me what that one is. That's the Greenhaven, right?
Greenhaven.
So actually that's combined, like 9 and 10 are combined. Keep Greenhaven with Elk Grove. So it's really one.
Gotcha. Okay.
Not 2 separate, but perfect. Thank you so much for taking wonderful notes.
Of course. Okay, I will note that. So that was it from Commissioner Fernandez, and then going on from to Commissioner Anderson. She expanded upon that last one from Commissioner Fernandez. So it was the River Delta area. So she wanted to include the North Delta area, but expanded south to include the Delta area in San Joaquin County, not including Stockton, and into Contra Costa County. So the Bethel Island, Rio Vista, that area there, and then if needed, to grab more populations going west along the Delta. And then a second visualization to include Sacramento County for Folsom, Citrus Heights, Roseville, Rockland, Lincoln, El Dorado Hills, Antelope, possibly Fair Oaks, that northern area there before it gets into the Sierras. And then from Commissioner Akutagawa.
Actually, on that one, Ashley, that was going into Placer County and El Dorado County. That was, going northward because Rockland stuff, those are in Placer. So it was the northern part of Sacramento County.
Not Sacramento County?
So yes, the northern part of Sacramento County, which was the, Folsom, that area, but then going north into the areas of Placer and El Dorado up until to get enough population short of, going all the way to Tahoe in those counties.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for clarifying. Okay. So then I will move on to Commissioner Akutagawa. The first visualization would be including the cities of Vallejo and American Canyon with Napa. The second one is for the Contra Costa San Joaquin Delta area to include Pittsburgh, Antioch, Bethel Island, Oakley, Discovery Bay, Byron, also including Rio Vista, Isleton, Terminus, and the waterways below Terminus. And then Commissioner Anderson, the first one would be a mountainous region, including Glendale, the 178, Bear Valley, Rosamond to Ridgecrest, and then east out to San Bernardino County. A second one with the same area, except we are not putting Rosamond in and don't put Victorville in, but everything north of that. And a third visualization to include Kern down into LA County, including the Lancaster Palmdale area, and also moving over to the Victorville Apple Valley area, but not going north of I-40. And last comments from Commissioner Kutagawa. For V1, we have Lake Isabella to Ridgecrest down to Edwards, Rosamond, including portion of Bakersfield. And the second one would be the southeastern region of Bakersfield, possibly needing to grab from Bakersfield or possibly staying out of Bakersfield. And that would be it.
Well, Commissioner Fernandez.
Ashley, I'm so sorry. Did I also mention the Elk Grove in South Sacramento has a strong Filipino community?
I do not believe so.
Okay, can we just add that one to the list? That'd be great. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Can you repeat what you said? Elk Grove?
Oh, it was Elk Grove in South Sacramento. There was it's a Filipino community, and there was a testimony given at the August 21st Community of Interest Input Meeting. Thank you.
Yes, of course.
And then Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Ashley. That was really helpful. I realized that as you were reading it off, there was some COI testimony that we received that asked that Sonoma, Napa, and Lake counties, all three counties, be kept together in one district because they have some cooperative agreements in which they are all working together. And I did not recall seeing any. Well, once you went through everything, I realized that we don't have a visualization that does include them in that way. So I'd like to see something that would at least give us consideration for that too.
Okay. Yes, I will note that. Thank you for your comments.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Ashley. Well done. I'm so glad that you're doing that and not me. Putting all those notes. That's a great deal. Thank you.
Of course.
At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew, who will continue now as we jump into the Southern California, not LA.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Anderson, and good afternoon, all commissioners. And as Commissioner Anderson just mentioned, we're going to do the southern region. So it's going to be the 5 southern counties. Those are Orange, San Diego, Imperial, Riverside, and San Bernardino. Otherwise known as J, K, and I, if we're thinking about it in terms of the zones. What we're going to do today is similar to what we've done in the other sessions. We have John on here. I think John's going to start with Orange County. He's going to read summaries of a quick summary of the COIs that he just presented last Saturday, where he went through over 100 of them. I think it was close to 140 of them. Talk about some of the new COIs that we received. And then we'll turn it over for the commissioners in that zone to do their overview, and then we'll repeat in the other 2 zones, K and then I. So with that, I will turn it over to John.
Thank you, Andrew. So as you noted, we'll be starting with Orange County here and then working south, working clockwise. So in the same order that I went in the presentation last week. So let me just zoom in here and put on the cities and roads. So just to start off with just a very brief summary of what we talked about last week. So in Orange County last week, of course, we started in the north, worked our way south, initially talked about some inland communities, and then also talked about some communities along the coast. A few of the things that we've heard some folks talking about common ethnic or cultural ties. So for example, in Little Saigon, as well as a few folks who talked about similar ties scattered throughout the community or throughout the county. We heard from some folks who had common environmental concerns about beach erosion or other factors, or common economic tourist interests along the coast. And we heard some disagreement about whether folks wanted a single coastal district or a northern coastal district and a southern coastal district. We also heard from some folks who talked about pairing specific cities. So we heard from a few folks who talked about Irvine and Tustin being kept together, or some portions of Anaheim here and Santa Ana, for example, being kept together based on common economic interests, school districts, or other shared community interests. And we, of course, talked a little bit about here in Southern Orange County about some of the different definitions that folks had in the inland area, some of which stretched all the way to the coast, and some of which explicitly excluded the coast. So in terms of what we heard in Orange County in this outreach zone that reaches into other communities, we did hear a little bit of preference. Some folks had, some for reaching to San Diego, some who didn't want to. We didn't really hear a lot of testimony from anyone who wanted to reach across here into Riverside. There was a little bit of testimony about in the north about stretching into some of San Bernardino and Los Angeles. And then one of the things which I did mention, and Commissioner Anderson had asked if it'd be possible to see just a little bit more of this. After I show the new communities of interest, I'll just show just 5 examples of some of the community of interest testimony that I didn't get to, just showing what reaches between Orange County into Los Angeles, just to make sure that you're able to see a few examples of that. So in terms of new submissions through the community of interest tool, there's just 3 new submissions that I'm going to talk about here in Orange County. So the first one here is another north coastal style submission. If you'll give me just one moment. So this submission, again, talked about the tourism economy, environmental issues. They also talked about some overlapping school districts, specifically with these communities. And they asked to be kept, they asked for Newport Beach, Huntington Beach, Fountain Valley, Westminster, and Seal Beach to be kept together. This was some testimony that we received, which was another example of a southern coastal sort of district. And so in this example, they asked to be, they talked about the common challenges of coastal erosion and the toll road there, and they identified themselves as kind of the southernmost coastal Orange County communities, and they did request to be kept with similar northern San Diego coastal communities and be kept apart from areas like Laguna Niguel or farther north Newport Beach. And then the last additional new community of interest input that we received, particularly notable for me since it's stretching over here into Riverside, which, as I said, we hadn't seen a lot of testimony like that. So this person described their community of interest as in Orange County Transportation Corridor. And so they talked about a lot of these communities being tied together by the 241 toll road. And so they talked about just the complexity with that project and asking for one representative to be able to continue to work with those communities to see that everything goes well. And so they identified Anaheim Hills, eastern part of Orange, North Tustin, North Irvine, Lake Forest, Rancho Santa Margarita, and Cota de Casa as being communities that they would like to have kept together there. So those were the 3 examples of new community of interest testimony we've received through the community of interest tool since September 1st, which was the prior cutoff. And so I want to now just show a few examples of what some of the different geographic areas and what some of the different common interests are that people expressed on the Orange County, Los Angeles border here. And I'll zoom in just a little bit so that you might be able to see some of the cities better. So this first, give me just 1 second, let me scroll here. So this first community of interest, the individual submitting it talked about wanting to have a district or that they'd be able to get around by bike. They described this community as being predominantly residential. And they called for northern Orange County, as well as some unincorporated portions of Los Angeles County to be combined. And they expressly asked to be kept separate from San Bernardino County. Another community of interest in a similar sort of area, but talking about some different interests. In this case, they talked about a common transportation corridor. So they talked about the 60, and they also talked about folks working across the county border and also having shared school districts in some of these areas. And so they talked about Roland Heights, Fullerton, Hacienda Heights being together. And then they also talked about La Habra Heights, and some small sections of Anaheim, Buena Park, Brea, Placentia, Whittier, and the unincorporated community of East Whittier, keeping all those together. And they asked to be kept apart from anything south of the 91 freeway, which they described as South or Central OC, and totally different. So turning those off and then just taking a look at another. And again, I'll just have 5 examples, but we did receive a few others, and I hope you've all had a chance to take a look at those. This was an example of a more expansive community of interest in this area. So they described the common ties here as being common medical or health needs, sewage, water, and transportation issues. Again, transportation corridor, and also talking about some in terms of the colleges that folks attend there. They did ask to have all the communities that you can see here kept together. And then they did request, and I'll just note this one, that they only have the 5th Council District of Long Beach be included in this, be included with these Orange County communities, and the rest of Long Beach to be excluded. And so those all talked about more transportation aspects. And then the last 2 talked about more cultural or ethnic communal ties. So this first community of interest here that we're looking at in green, the person who submitted this talked about there being a common Korean community in this area, and they were requesting a district that would support the ability for them to elect a Korean representative or someone who supports that community. And so they asked for North Orange County and Roland Heights to be kept together. And so just not this community of interest specifically, but just mentioning that there were a few communities of interest that did talk about a common Asian community here, and a few of them did ask for a district there. There was one community of interest that talked about that, and they asked to not have an Asian majority district in this area, but several of the others did ask for them. And so this here, this is the last one I'll talk about. This community of interest identified this area as consisting of a significant Chinese community here with common cultural and language interests. And they asked for Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, Fullerton, and Yorba Linda to be kept together. And so that is, that's all that I had to talk about with Orange County, with this outreach zone. So I would be happy to hand that over to the commissioners.
Great. Thank you very much, John. And I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Akutagawa and I think it's Sedwani.
I think Commissioner Akutagawa is going to lead us here.
Yeah, I'll summarize it. So, so my understanding of this is I am going to be just reviewing just the letters and emails or any phone calls that were sent into the office. I'm not going to be covering, since John just did a great job in covering the submissions to the COI tool, and then also any inputs from the communities of interest meetings that we had. Just overall, we didn't receive an overwhelming amount in terms of emails or letters or phone calls. A majority, actually quite a number, came through the COI tool. So I'm got to say, I was really happy to see that people were using the COI tool. We had roughly about 129 COI tool inputs, and then roughly about 98 individuals calling into the live meetings to comment or make comment on Orange County. So of the emails and letters that we had, what I did is I broke them up into the various Orange County regions, not too unlike what John just went through. So one, there are the areas in which it would include cities such as, and it's been mentioned, Buena Park, Anaheim, Santa Ana. There were some comments, some reflections around some of those particular areas having, and thank you for zooming in on it. So that way then there's at least a visual in it. So in those particular areas, some of the testimony that we received spoke about those areas being more immigrant, also bilingual, particularly Spanish language dominant individuals or community members in those areas shop in the same supermarkets, and also take similar modes of transportation, primarily using the Orange County Transportation Authority bus lines. It was also noted that many members of the community in those areas or in those cities are made up mostly of renters. Although they aspire to home ownership, rising rental costs is making it difficult for individuals to be able to save for the down payment. There are also some comments about not wanting to be aligned with certain cities because they are more homeowners versus renters, and some of the other challenges or differences between, particularly Yorba Linda was named, median household incomes being different, as well as access to health care and health insurance. There was also another comment that spoke to what this person described as working class Orange County. And these are cities that line with the I-5, which is La Habra, Buena Park, Stanton, and Santa Ana, as well as portions of Anaheim outside of Anaheim Hills. This person also mentioned Highway 3, and I think what they may be referring to is Beach Boulevard, which is that kind of line that goes down the middle of the picture that you're seeing through Buena Park, Stanton, Westminster, Huntington Beach. I think that's Highway 3. I don't usually know it by the highway number. I just know it as Beach Boulevard. And again, this person also noted that these communities do belong together, as another commenter or inputter had said, many are not homeowners, they're renters. Median family incomes are lower, and the cities itself are more diverse and working class, and tend to be more immigrant, and also have more difficult access to healthcare and health insurance. And so therefore they are using services like Medicaid and school meal programs. I want to move a little bit over to the, I guess it would be kind of more the northeastern parts of the county, and that would be some of the areas that John just mentioned. These are cities like Brea. It also, I guess, moves into parts of LA County like Diamond Bar, Hacienda Heights, and Rowland Heights. So it'd be Brea, Fullerton. Some people also mention La Habra as well too in their comments around this. And people did note that this is a diverse area. not a predominantly white area, but it is a diverse area of mixed races, different communities. Individuals did comment that based on diversity and housing density, they feel like they are more aligned with communities that make up both LA and Orange County. As was noted, LA County cities such as Diamond Bar, Hacienda Heights, and Rowland Heights. They also mentioned that for example, someone gave the example of Brea having unique community-run schools and a water district itself. Others mentioned there was a couple of, actually, the majority, actually, quite a few of the written comments that we got in terms of emails and letters were about this particular area. Others spoke about great public schools and support for schools, also talking about diversity. There was also comments around the park areas in that area, such as the Chino Hills Park. There were pretty clear indications from some people that they felt that they are different from areas like Yorba Linda and Placentia, and so would prefer not to be combined with them, and that they prefer to be with, again, areas like LA County cities of Diamond Bar, Walnut, Hacienda Heights, and Rowland Heights. And also comments around the 57 freeway. This is where we heard quite a bit of commentary about where the 57 and the 60 freeways meet, and it becomes a real traffic area. So there was comments about that. All right, so just one other, I'll move to what I'll call more central inland OC, which is cities like Westminster, Stanton, Garden Grove, and Fountain Valley. We got a couple comments around that, and just asking that Westminster, Garden Grove, Los Alamitos, Stanton, and Cypress be put together. Someone also mentioned that they did not want to be combined or be in a district with Long Beach, feeling that they do not have anything in common with Long Beach in I guess, just what LA County and, as this person put, the liberal politics of the city, having nothing in common with them. I also now want to just move down to the coast areas, particularly going from about Laguna Beach area further south. Got a comment about commonalities of interest around, again, park and wilderness areas. And this person specifically mentioned they're in Laguna Beach, and they're surrounded by the ocean, but also the Laguna Coast Wilderness Park and the Aliso and Woods Canyon Wilderness Park. Another person who wrote in also mentioned not only Laguna Beach, but Laguna Woods, Irvine, and Newport should be kept together because they're united by the Laguna Canyon Wilderness Park, which these particular communities maintain and help to support the maintenance of the park. The remainder, and there was quite a few comments, written comments from what is called South County, Orange County, which is predominantly San Juan Capistrano, Dana Point, San Clemente, and as we'll hear from probably some of the San Diego folks, there are mixed opinions about whether or not South County, Orange County should be mixed in or put into a district that would combine them with the North County, San Diego. Several comments mentioned that they feel like they want to keep San Clemente in a district that would just be Orange County and not be, as this person put, shunted down to San Diego County where they never see the reps. Others did speak up on behalf of being in a district that would combine both San Clemente and the South County areas of Orange County with the North County, San Diego, and to also expand the district to include Fallbrook, Bonsall, and Vista. There were some, let's see, there were some that spoke and just said that they do want to be, that they're fine being with North County, San Diego. They feel like they share interests with some of the northern counties of San Diego. They're in San Clemente, and they share the challenges of coastal erosion, as has been mentioned. Also, the dismantling of the San Onofre nuclear generating station, or otherwise known as SONGS. And I know that we had also seen commentary from some of the military families that live in off-base housing. They do live in the San Clemente area. However, they are affiliated with Camp Pendleton as well too. And let's see. Yeah, so and then just other general, and one other general comment, just as we've heard from other areas, that they just like their district and they like their current representative and they just want to stay in the same district. So that's about the summary of our written comments through letters and emails.
Great, thank you very much, Commissioner Kudgawa. And I will now go back to John, who can walk us through the next area.
All right, so we're going to move south to Outreach Zone K, which will be San Diego and Imperial counties. And so again, I'm just going to very briefly summarize what we heard last week in terms of the community of interest testimony that had been submitted through the community of interest mapping tool. And then we'll have 11 new community of interest submissions through the community of interest tool since September 1, which I'll share, all of which are in, or 10 of which are in San Diego, and one of which is going to stretch into Imperial and a little bit of Riverside. Okay. So in San Diego last week, we also started in the north and worked our way south. In the north, we talked about a few communities with different shared interests. So up here in the north, we talked about a couple of different ways that people had described their shared interests here. Some of them talked about a common language or cultural interests. Others talked about common rural economic interests. And several folks talked about their strong ties with the Marine Corps base here in the north at Camp Pendleton. And so there was disagreement about how to unite these different cities, or which of these different communities should be kept together, and also whether Camp Pendleton should be kept with some of these other communities or not. But we certainly did hear a lot of suggestions there. So further south, we heard a little bit of testimony from some folks in neighborhoods in San Diego, particularly more in the south. Some of the folks here, especially in Southeast San Diego City and in City Heights, talked about the shared needs of refugee communities in those neighborhoods, and also stretching into some of these cities to the east of that area. And then we also heard just briefly about a Hispanic community down here, or sorry, a Latinx community down here in the south, as well as some Black service members there as well. Shifting to Imperial, we received very few submissions from Imperial, and essentially all of them were about keeping the county whole. And then some of them talked about a connection between Imperial and Coachella valleys here, and I'll just turn on the terrain layer briefly. So talking about a connection between the Imperial Valley here and the Coachella Valley to the north. and especially talking about some environmental concerns around the Salton Sea, as well as common economic interests, again, with environmental interests in terms of energy production. Several folks also with the Imperial County's Community of Interest testimony, several of those folks asked to be kept separate from San Diego and mentioned that while the border is a consideration, there's other factors of their identity or their communities that they see as more important. So shifting now to look at San Diego, I'll just talk about three groupings. The first one's going to be up in the north, and then I'll talk about this first one's going to be here in the north. I'm going to talk about some coastal submissions that we received. Next, we'll talk just a little bit about the Poway area and the northern San Diego City area. And then I'll talk about a couple of submissions that we received that talked about rural or more inland San Diego. So I'm going to start with one that talks about Carlsbad. So this, actually, I'll let you know. So with each of these, I'm going to just talk about a couple of different ways that folks conceptualized a coastal community here in San Diego. And I'm going to start with the ones that are more narrowly defined, and then I'll shift to the ones that can take a more expansive view and stretch more inland. So this submission talked about this as being a small town beach community with good schools and a pleasant environment. And they asked for Carlsbad to be kept with Del Mar, Solana Beach, Encinitas, and Oceanside. Further to the south, or rather, sorry, got ahead of myself there. So this person talked about a similar community, coastal community here, and they stretched a little bit further inland here, talking about picking up a couple other communities with San Marcos and Vista. So they talked about this area as being tied together by commerce, recreation, and also specific regional transportation infrastructure. So now shifting a little bit to the south, again, to talk about coastal communities here. This community of interest stretches from Del Mar, picks up Solana Beach and Encinitas, all west of the 5 freeway here. And so this person talked about common concerns around beach erosion, beach tourism, a strong love of the sea, and asked to be kept separate from areas in Encinitas east of the 5, as well as being kept separate from Carlsbad. Here in green, we now have another community of interest that picks up all those same areas, but stretches a bit farther east. And so this person, again, talked about a common beach lifestyle, surfing, tourism, shared beach infrastructure, and asked for Del Mar, Solano Beach, Encinitas. They asked for Encinitas west of the freeway to be kept together, but they selected all of Encinitas here. And then they asked to be kept separate from Carlsbad, Oceanside, and the northern coastal areas. And then here was a submission which talks about a coastal community here that picks up a lot of those areas that we were just talking about. And this one also talks about environmental concerns, chronic drought, coastal protection, and they ask to include the county area between Fairbanks Ranch and Encinitas. And then they also asked to include all of Camp Pendleton. So those were 5 submissions about the coast, and I'll just shift here. I'll have 3 about this area here in northern San Diego City, and then 3 submissions talking about more rural inland San Diego. So this first community of interest here talked about having a shared community around safe suburban neighborhoods with good infrastructure. And they also talked about having a common unified school district. And they mentioned that they're presently split by the districts, Senate districts 38 and 39. And so this portion here, you can see this is Senate District 39 cutting into Senate District 38. So they asked for that to be unsplit. Another community of interest in the same area, and I'll turn off the first one so you can see this one more clearly. So this one also talked about suburban communities, common school district, and they asked to be kept with Rancho San Bernardo, Black Mountain Ranch, and northern Rancho Pensaquitos, along with Scripps Ranch, Poway, and South San Marcos. And they asked to be kept apart from downtown San Diego and coastal areas. And then the last community of interest here in this area was a little bit larger. And this one talked about having common work and economic opportunities, and similarly asked to be kept separate from the city, kind of more downtown San Diego and coastal areas. So now shifting just to talk about a couple of more rural community of interest submissions. This first community of interest submission talked about this being a family-oriented community, hardworking with traditional values and diverse population. They described it as suburban with limited access to transportation or services and many food deserts with a primarily low to middle income population economically, as well as a significant number of immigrants and English language learners. And so they asked to be kept with El Cajon, or rather for El Cajon and Bonita to be kept together and to be kept apart from Hillcrest and urban areas. Here further to the south, the individual who submitted this talked about there being a rural community here, a rural population here who felt that their needs were overshadowed by the cities when they were included in more urban districts. And they asked for Jamul to be kept with the rural East County and to be kept apart from Chula Vista, San Diego, and also Imperial Valley. And then this, I'll zoom out a little bit for this next one. So in red here, and actually here, I'll turn on the Indian reservation layer here so you can see this overlaps substantially with that layer, the reservation layer. So this individual or this submission talked about there being tribal communities in the rural parts of eastern San Diego counties who rely heavily on rural roads and highways. They have common interests in terms of dealing with wildfires, struggling tribal economies, and also access to forest lands and state parks. So they asked for the cities and towns in the East County of San Diego and the inland North County, like Alpine, El Cajon, San Marcos, Escondido, to be kept together, as well as potentially some of Southwest Riverside up here. So Temecula and Murrieta.
John, is it possible to do the reservations along with the terrain?
Yep, absolutely. I'll put that on right now. And they asked to be kept separate from San Diego City. I'll zoom in here just a little bit on the northern portion, then I'll move down so you can see. And then this is. And then that's it for new community of interest submissions for San Diego and Imperial counties.
Great. Thank you very much, John. We're at 2:40 and we have to break at 2:45. Commissioner Sinai and, oh dear. I'm blanking on who's with you on the, Commissioner Ahmad, on the San Diego Imperial. Do you want to jump in now? Or you have about 5 minutes and then?
I can complete Imperial County in 2 minutes or less.
Great, go ahead, thank you.
Okay, so I guess we'll start with Imperial County. Upon review of our online database, we had not as many inputs as I would have liked to see from Imperial County to the office. We specify to the office. We received 4 emails that were tagged as Imperial County. However, upon closer review, 2 of them were actually not about Imperial County. I think they were about Orange County. One of them was in Spanish, so I was unable to understand it until we get that translated and posted in English. And another email talked about keeping Palm Springs from San Bernardino County all the way to the Salton City in Imperial County together because of similar ethnic and cultural values as well as similar economic interests. And then we also received another letter from Imperial County that was also in Spanish, so awaiting for that translation. And we did not receive any phone calls, inputs through the CRC website to our office from Imperial County. That's all from my end.
Great, thank you very much. I just want to tell the public that, what we are doing here is the commissioners are only reviewing the material that's come into the office. It does not mean by any stretch of the imagination that's the limit of the information. So I thank you very much. At this point, I think we might jump into our break and a little early and then come back. So is that okay? I'm going to turn it over to Chair Fornashari.
Sure. Yeah. Let's go ahead and take our break, and we'll be back at. Let's just be back at 3. Give you a couple. Thank you. Let's see. I guess we'll welcome back. Sorry, lost my place. We're gonna turn it over, I guess, to Commissioner Sinai to talk about the COIs in the office for San Diego. So thank you.
Welcome to sunny San Diego, where everybody wants to be on a Saturday afternoon. Anyway, I'm trying to keep up, as Commissioner Turner said, our spirits up and with energy, and no one is looking like they care. Okay, anyway, a lot of it has been shared. I did want to, on Imperial County, we did receive 8 additional letters. They haven't been put into the databases as of yet. I think 2 of them were in Spanish, and they all came in on the 8th. And all of them really discussed Salton Sea, Imperial County, Salton Sea, up to East Coachella Valley. And I'm sure when Commissioner Kennedy speaks, he will have more on that topic. So I'll take us back to northern San Diego and Orange County. And I want to say thank you to everybody who submitted communities of interest. I, like Commissioner Fornashari, have a lot of people that don't really like my city. But that's okay, because I like my city. But I also understand. I live, just for full disclosure, I live in Encinitas. And Commissioner Akutagawa already told you that there was a lot of people who said, hey, let's stop at San Clemente. Let's just create one district instead of having the coastal districts of Orange County divided in 2. Others say, no, keep on going down. There are reasons people are pushing for both. And one of the things I want everybody to be very aware of, because a lot of people just think of San Diego as beautiful people, beautiful beaches, and they have both of those, but they also have a heck of a lot more. We have a lot more. So Camp Pendleton, we are completely isolated. We are one county that is completely isolated. You have Camp Pendleton at the north. You have the Pacific Ocean on the west. You have Mexico, a whole new country to the south. and then to the east, when they showed the terrain, it's actually tough to get between San Diego and Imperial County. It's a most beautiful drive, but then you do go through some big cliffs and stuff. Within San Diego, sometimes it won't make sense what people are telling you or their geography and stuff. It's all either water-based, freeway-based, or canyon-based. It is, once you live here, it's very easy to know where a neighborhood starts and ends, but it's not that easy, as John and Andrew have noticed when I'm trying to tell them where to go. So I just wanted to share a couple of those things because it does add to what we're sharing. So with North San Diego, I want to thank the person. One person submitted a letter and said, "Hey, dude, you were wrong. Your congressional member does live in Orange County." And I remember when the person called in and says, "Our congressional member doesn't live in Orange County." And I said to Sarah, "Wait, he does though." So I appreciate that people were paying attention. And that person also said, "Hey, the reason that Camp Pendleton is so important to both Orange County and San Diego is what Linda had already said." Sorry, Commissioner Kutego already said. But first of all, our economies are built around veterans and military. Most people don't realize 80% of military families no longer live on bases. And in San Diego, in Camp Pendleton, the families have a choice to go to school either in Orange County or in San Diego in Oceanside. And so but some families are more connected to the Orange County side and other families are more connected to the San Diego side. I had no clue that San Onofre was called Songs. But anyway, the San Onofre nuclear plant, if you've driven down Camp Pendleton, those are the two little round things that are sticking out there. That has been decommissioned and it's a huge issue for both San Diego and Orange County. So that's another reason to keep us together, in addition with the coast. So that's what this person said. Some people, the second letter said, "Hey, we think Oceanside should be with Fallbrook, Bonsai, Rainbow, and Camp Pendleton." So it's all the communities kind of that surround Camp Pendleton. There are, sometimes they'll talk about gates. There's a gate that's in Oceanside right off the 5. There's another gate at Fallbrook, and I believe there's one up in San Clemente. So that's how people come in and out of the bases. East region, I think, John, you and I had the same person submit probably a COI and also a letter, because a person from Hummel, you pronounce it as an H, not a J, but Hummel, they said, "We don't want to be part of 40. We want to move to the 38 and be with the Indian reservations, the unincorporated areas, El Cajon, Alpine, Borrego Springs, and Ramona." So that's a lot of the rural areas. As I said, once you hit Escondido, go north, you'll find a lot of the native, the rural areas, the mountains, and the tribal lands. And finally, we didn't get that many. There was we got one letter that said from the Convoy Pan-Asian Cultural and Business Innovation District, saying that look at the triangle of 805, 163, and 52, and they did submit a map. They would like they would like to have Kearny Mesa, Claremont, Linda Vista, and Mira Mesa all together, which are all Asian communities with Asian businesses. And then we got one letter that's been repeated several times about watersheds. So thank you, everybody who submitted. I especially want to give kudos to all the military families. I was really excited to see military families who submitted communities of interest, because it really did help us learn and understand how they feel connected to San Diego and Orange County.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Sinai. At this point, I'm going to pass it back to the line drawers, who will jump into our next area.
So this next portion will actually be much quicker. I'll have a summary of some of the communities of interest that we saw last week. And then there's only one new, well, actually just two new community of interest submissions, which I'll talk about, both of which are going to be in San Bernardino. So this is Outreach Zone I, San Bernardino and Riverside counties. In Riverside last week, we started east, worked our way west. Here in Coachella Valley, we heard a couple of different, some different inputs. Some folks wanted to have it all whole. Some people wanted it split, and there was disagreement about how to divide the Coachella Valley here. Further, there was some disagreement about what the Coachella Valley ought to be kept together with. So there were some folks who wanted to see it reach further south to take in more of Imperial County. Other folks wanted to reach east out to Blythe here in the Arizona border. Some folks wanted to reach north into San Bernardino. Here to the west, we encountered some similar disagreement, and I'll zoom in just a little bit around. I'll highlight just a couple where we heard a fair amount of testimony around Temecula in particular, where there was disagreement about whether it should be kept with San Diego or more with some of these counties, some of these communities here to the north in Riverside County. And then with Moreno Valley and Paris, we heard some testimony that those should be kept together, but then some disagreement over whether that should be kept together with communities in Riverside or with communities like Hemet here to the east. And then along the 15 here, we heard some differing testimony about which of these communities or cities ought to be kept whole. And similarly up here with Riverside, we heard some folks who wanted to be kept with particular neighborhoods in Riverside and some who wanted to be kept separate. Moving up north to San Bernardino. And here, actually, let me turn on the terrain layer here. With both Riverside and San Bernardino, we talked a little bit about some of the valleys here, some of the mountain ranges in the valleys here. We heard testimony about Fontana and Rialto wanting to be kept together and with particular other communities. We heard a number of folks who, or just a sampling, but there were a number of folks who talked about Ontario, Upland, potentially together, but also just these communities in combination with something in Los Angeles or some of the other communities in San Bernardino. And similarly with Chino and Chino Hills, I only briefly touched on this, but there was a lot of testimony about whether to keep those two together and also just where else to keep those communities either individually or together with other cities in Los Angeles, Orange County, or northwestern Riverside. Shifting north, we received a fair amount of testimony about the high desert area. A lot of folks identified with the Victorville here area and talked about common shared rural interests, of course. And there was disagreement as well, as we heard, about whether different communities were rural or urban and whether other particular communities were rural or urban. And then just the last thing about the high desert, we heard from a number of folks who wanted to be kept together as part of something they were describing as the high desert. We heard that from a number of different communities in Big Bear here in a northern portion of Rancho Cucamonga, as well as some folks in Victorville. And so there was some disagreement about what would be included in that, but there was a broad number of people asking for some sort of a larger community there. So shifting now to the new community of interest input that we did receive since September 1st. There's two things here. The first one is a community of interest boundary map, which I'm going to put up. And then the second is that we received a number of submissions, which I won't be able to, which I won't show you just because they selected the entirety of the county of San Bernardino, but there are about 10 submissions that had similar, expressed similar interests. So I'll just read a very quick, say, 2-sentence summary of what they were talking about as their community. So here is the submission, which I will show. And so the person who submitted this community of interest talked about a strong connection to the land and forest stewardship. They talked about shared concerns about wildfires and also their proximity to the foothill communities of the Angeles National Forest. They asked to be kept with other foothill communities that border the forest. So San Antonio Heights, Upland, Rancho Cucamonga, south of the San Gabriel Mountains. And they asked to be kept separate from places like Pinion Hills, or rather, sorry, they said that they could be included with Pinion Hills, but they were identifying a kind of a differing community here, and that these are more desert communities as opposed to these more foothill communities that border the forest. Similarly, they talked about their forest needs being different from those of areas like Crestline, Lake Arrowhead, and Big Bear, as well as there being geographic boundaries separating their communities from those other communities. So then the last thing I have just to say about this region, let me just turn off the terrain layer now. So the last piece of testimony was, this was about 10 different folks wrote in to, they had similar names. So Cal Poly Pomona students or Cal Poly Pomona staff, I believe. And so they selected in the app, they selected the entirety of San Bernardino County, and they asked for Pomona and Ontario to be together. They asked for Pomona to be kept in a district with San Bernardino County, and they asked to be kept separate from other Los Angeles County communities. And they talked about the importance of access to resources and community involvement between Cal Poly Pomona and some of these communities here to the east. So that is all that I have to say about this outreach zone.
Great. Thank you very much, John. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Kennedy Lamons to walk us through the office input from San Bernardino and Riverside.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. There were a number of letters and emails almost evenly divided. I've mixed them up to be a little more geographic with these. So I'll get started. As John mentioned, people wanting to group Riverside, Moreno Valley, and Paris with a large mixed Latino population, including large numbers of essential workers. Another one said that grouping those would ensure continued minority representation. Input from Norco, which called itself a cohesive community. They've trademarked the name Horsetown, USA. There's also a Navy facility there, and they would like to be kept whole. Input from Upland and the Mount Baldy area. Upland, of course, is in San Bernardino County, but Mount Baldy community, I guess, is across the line in Los Angeles County, but the input was saying that San Bernardino County is now providing some services to the Mount Baldy community just because it's more easily reached from San Bernardino County. Communities surrounding the San Bernardino Airport have been coming together recently as the airport has expanded to advocate for jobs, health, and environment. They're currently divided from the time before the airport was expanding, but now with the airport expanding and the communities coming together to advocate for these things, they would like to be grouped rather than divided. Moving to the Coachella Valley, of course, a lot of input saying group all of the Coachella Valley with Blythe. The Coachella Valley is a single diverse community coordinated through the Coachella Valley Association of Governments with an economy based on tourism and agriculture. Don't separate the two major ethnic groups living in the Coachella Valley. Another input calling out the strong Filipino community in the Coachella Valley and saying that the current assembly districts actually separate the major pockets of the Filipino community, which are in Palm Springs, Desert Hot Springs, and Cathedral City, because Desert Hot Springs and Cathedral City are in one assembly district and Palm Springs is in another. Looking at the Morongo Basin, one letter saying that Morongo Basin residents go to the Coachella Valley for jobs, goods, and services that they can't get locally. The Palm Springs Airport is the air gateway to Joshua Tree National Park. Morongo Basin relies on Coachella Valley media and specialty healthcare. The national park, Joshua Tree National Park, straddles the county line, and the Regional Water Board and the Air Quality Management District both cover the Morongo Basin and the Coachella Valley. Other input saying that the Morongo Basin is tourism dependent. Many people commute to the Coachella Valley, shop in the Coachella Valley, obtain medical treatment in the Coachella Valley, and generally don't relate much to San Bernardino County. The pass cities, so there we're talking Banning, Beaumont, Calamasa, Yucaipa, kind of that area, Cabazon. We had input saying that the past cities relate more to the Coachella Valley than to Temecula. Another input saying that communities to the west of Mount San Jacinto are different from the Coachella Valley and that it would be better to go north towards Victorville. It's a bit of a distance. Next, Temecula and Murrieta Valley are clearly a community of interest with more in common with Riverside County than San Diego County, and suggesting that we include Wildemar, Menifee, and Lake Elsinore. And finally, input from Corona saying group Corona with Lake Matthews, Gavilan Hills, Mead Valley, Hope, Good Hope, Paris, and Temecula. There was other input from Corona that said also include Norco and Eastvale, and other input from Corona saying include El Cerrito and Temescal Valley. So those were the letters and emails into the office for Zone I.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Kennedy. At this point, I'm going to turn it back to the line drawers, and hopefully we're going to go through our CVAP information, just just generally on the entire area, and then we'll start jumping into directions.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. As John has up here, similar to what we did earlier, we're going to do the CVAP. We're starting first with the Latino CVAP, and then we will, show, John's just going to go and go around the region quickly, just so we can see what we're looking at. Just a reminder, as the line drawers are going to be, creating the visualizations, we will be working closely with the VRA attorneys. So that's just a general direction that we have, so that we will be working closely with them as we go out throughout this process. So I will just let John continue, and then do the Asian and then the Black as well once he's done.
And just for the folks listening at home, if they missed it, CVAP refers to citizen voting age population.
Thank you for saying that, John. Oh, also, I might notice for the people who are at home, the areas, you have no idea the population numbers in the areas. These are just actually the census blocks we're seeing. So it's we know percentages of the populations in that census district, but we don't know how many people are in that census district right now.
Okay, so that was the Latino citizen voting age population. I'm going to turn on the Black citizen voting age population and just run through the same list of counties here. Okay, so that was the Black citizen voting age population, and now this will be the Asian citizen voting age population.
Thank you, John. And now as we turn into receiving directions from all of the commissioners, I just wanted to remind you again that you've given us a number of general directions over the last today and on Friday and Wednesday. So, as I just mentioned, we're going to be working closely with the VRA attorneys throughout the visualizations, be able to process where there may be potential VRA considerations. So we will be keeping that into consideration. Another general rule that we'll be following is we will be following COIs and other public input in absence of specific direction about certain areas. We won't be splitting reservations or other tribal areas. And in general, it's better to split counties rather than cities and census designated places, CDPs. And then finally, we won't split neighborhoods. Before I turn it over to you, just want to remind you as Andrew, Ashley, and Marcy are working to copy down directions, I wrote on a Post-it what Commissioner Anderson said the other day. It's always great after you, discuss an area. If you say the direction I would like to give, I think that's just very helpful. So we're capturing it. And you did great in the last session, but just wanted to remind everybody about that. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Commissioner Anderson, and then we can kick this off.
Great. Thank you very much, everybody. And we're going to start actually with sort of the high desert areas, kind of maybe possibly moving around to Riverside, Imperial, and then come back in. With that, I'm going to call on Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Mine will actually cover all of Zone I. And I do have them written down. I'm happy to type them up and share them with the mapping team, but there are about a dozen of them. So here we go. The first visualization that I would like to see is very simply from the Coachella Valley out to Blythe, bounded by the Riverside County lines on north and south. So that would essentially be from the junction of 111 and I-10 out to Blythe. The second one that I would like to see is all of Imperial County from the city of Coachella to the east out to the Arizona border. I would also like to include the eastern part of San Diego County, east of the mountains, including like Borrego Springs, as well as the Colorado Basin up to the tip of Nevada. Just because I think that the Colorado River is an important point of concern that conceivably unites a community around it. The next one that I would like to see was mentioned in input the other day. This is kind of the tourism focused community of interest. So you would have Lake Arrowhead, Big Bear, and Crestline in the west, the Morongo Basin, Joshua Tree National Park, Sand to Snow National Monument, San Bernardino National Forest, and including the Coachella Valley as far as Indio. So that one could kind of nest with that other one or join that other one that would be Imperial County and from Coachella, the city of Coachella to the east. The next one that I would like to see would be kind of the past cities and the highlands there in mid-Riverside County. So you would have Cabazon, Banning, Beaumont, Calamasa, Yucaipa, San Jacinto, Idlewild, Hemet, and Anza. And yes, I realize Yucaipa is in San Bernardino County, but if you've come east on the 10, you realize that there's a huge hill up from Redlands to Yucaipa. So once you're in Yucaipa, you're in different country to some extent. The next one I would like to see would be Paris, Moreno Valley, and Riverside as requested. And I also recall that there was input early on that if we need to divide Riverside, let's look at the Riverside City Council districts as potential boundaries for any division of the city of Riverside. The next visualization that I would like to see, and we may already have this one, but it's the Victor Valley and the Los Angeles County portion of the Antelope Valley and Barstow. The next one that I would like to see would be Lake Elsinore, Menifee. This is southwestern Riverside County. So Lake Elsinore, Menifee, Wildemar, Temescal Valley, Murrieta, and Temecula. Can include French Valley as well, Lakeland Village, Warm Springs, that whole area. The next one I would like to see would be Corona with Norco, East Vale, and Jurupa Valley. There may be areas of Riverside, again, if we need to split Riverside and there are appropriate city council districts that adjoin that, that would be fine. The next one that I would like to see would be Ontario, Chino, Montclair, Upland, Pomona, Rancho Cucamonga, including the mountains to the north. The next one I would like to see would be Fontana, Rialto, and San Bernardino. I would like to see Grand Terrace, Loma Linda, and Redlands.
Could I ask a quick question? With that Fontana, Rialto, San Bernardino, if there's a division required, do you want that division to come in San Bernardino? And if so, what criteria do you want me to be looking at there?
I do realize that we might need one. I don't have a good idea at this point.
That's perfectly fine. Just wanted to check. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so then
actually,
I was
one second,
to,
Ray. I was Commissioner Kennedy. If the line drawers do have a clarification on something, jump in and ask, because it's sort of, while he's working at one particular area, it'll be the easiest to clarify it at the time.
Yeah. And the one question I had with Riverside, you said city council. I know in testimony somebody mentioned neighborhoods. Just wanted to clarify city council districts or neighborhoods.
I heard city council.
Okay, great. We will. Thank you.
Yeah. I was getting started on Grand Terrace, Loma Linda, and Redlands. And finally, northern San Bernardino County, which would be Barstow and everything north of Interstate 40. The eastern part of Kern County, kind of east of the mountains, so east of Tehachapi, along with Inyo and Mono. And the issue with Inyo and Mono, they're difficult to handle to some extent because the total population is kind of less than 10% of an assembly district. And they are kind of cut off. So that would be my list of visualizations that I would like to see to start with. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Commissioner Fernandez.
I realized I didn't have my video on. Sorry about that. I've been listening. I'm actually going to work with Commissioner Kennedy on this. Commissioner Kennedy, so can you zoom into the Coachella Valley, John, please? Thank you. Now, I know, I believe Commissioner Kennedy wanted the entire valley. Is that correct, Commissioner Kennedy? Oh, you're on mute. Or were you just shouting at me and you don't want people to hear?
The first one was the entire Coachella Valley and following the 10 all the way out to Blythe. So everywhere from where Highway 111 comes off of the 10 all the way out to the Arizona border. So that's one visualization.
What was the other one? What was your other one? Because I don't want to repeat it if you already said it and I missed it.
Yeah, the other main one was kind of as part of this tourism focused area that someone brought up in testimony the other day, which would be kind of Crestline, Big Bear, Lake Arrowhead, coming through the San Bernardino National Forest to the Morongo Basin, Joshua Tree National Park. That would include the Coachella Valley down as far as Indio, but then Coachella, Thermal, Mecca, Oasis, all of that would be with Imperial County, the desert area kind of east of the mountains in San Bernardino County, and potentially up the Colorado River as far as the southern tip of Nevada.
Okay, perfect. So I just want to second your second one, which I remember there being quite a few callers saying, no, split us off, we're completely different. And I think this is for everyone. Just because someone has a different opinion doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be at odds. And it's easy for us to speak for someone else and try to think of what they need or what their needs are. But when we hear from people specifically from their areas of what their needs are, for me personally, that takes, in my opinion, is I give more weight to, because they're the ones that actually live there. And I'm just going to speak from experiences growing up as first generation. My surrounding community, they would think they would know what I want, but until they ask me what I want, they're just guessing at that point. So anyway, thank you for remembering to do that second one.
Thanks. I do need to clarify one thing for John. So John, on this Imperial Valley with Eastern San Diego, with Coachella and the northern part of the Salton Sea, when that extends up the Colorado River, so it would stay south of the 10 until Desert Center, and then probably on the east side of Desert Center, then it could go up. Yeah, then it could go up to kind of the southern tip of Nevada, including that part of San Bernardino County.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy, because that was the clarification I was going to ask. It stays south of the 10 and then goes up. Thank you. Next. I not see any hands right away. Commissioner Fernandez.
Are we still on San Bernardino, or are we moving on? I have something for another area.
We've sort of done quite a bit of, in Los Angeles County, we sort of did talk about crossing over into San Bernardino. So some of these areas we have already sort of covered a little bit. So if you want to move on, certainly do.
I was very interested when you brought up the tribal communities in East San Diego and Riverside. I would like to see a visualization, I'm getting that language down, of what that would look like if we try to keep them together. And of course, that would require crossing county lines. So thank you, that would be one. Thanks,
they
John.
would tell you that the lines cross them, so it would be fine to cross county lines.
If I can just ask a very quick clarifying question. I did show a community of interest earlier that group particular lands. Do you want me to be following that particular map, or are there different lands here that you would want me to be grouping? And if so, what are the criteria?
I would like to see the one that you showed us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. There's a couple I would like to see the variation in, like I would like to see Temecula put in with San Diego, and in the area along the 15. And then I'd like to also see, and then Commissioner Kennedy already said Temecula North. I'd like to see Temecula with the Rainbow, Fallbrook, Falla, Bonsall in that area was a community of interest who mentioned. Additionally, going up into Riverside, there were some conflicts. I'd like to see the variation of, some people said Hemet should be with Beaumont, Moreno Valley, Hemet, Beaumont going east. And other people said Riverside, Moreno Valley, Paris, going essentially a little bit south. So I'd like to see the variation in there. Commissioner Fernandez.
Sorry, I forgot to take my raised hand.
Commissioner Kennedy.
John, could you flip the topography layer on for a minute, please? Thank you.
Commissioner Kennedy, did you have anything you wanted to?
I just wanted people to be aware of the topography. I mean, if you leave the Coachella Valley on the 10 and you go through the Banning Pass, and then you get to Beaumont and you take the 60, you've got some badlands there between Beaumont and Moreno Valley that are very rugged right there. As I mentioned, when you're coming up from Redlands, there's a big hill from Redlands up to Yucaipa. You know, the Highway 79 south from Beaumont is what gets you to San Jacinto and Hemet and that area. You know, Anza, you kind of have to be in Palm Desert and head out on Highway 74 south and then west to get down to places like Anza. And then, you know, when you're leaving Temecula heading south, I think, and Commissioner Sinai, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's a big hill there as well. That's pretty rugged terrain.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. Now, anyone else who has areas that we feel we haven't actually given direction on?
Are we moving to Orange County, in San Diego and Imperial, or staying here?
No, yeah, we can go in. We can go into Orange or San Diego. Commissioner Fernandez.
Trying to remember if I'm in the right county, but there are a few communities of interest for Santa Ana and I believe it was Anaheim, right? To keep those together, that was more of a working. Yeah. Thank you.
Santa Ana, Anaheim Valley, Buena Park, Fullerton, and Costa Mesa.
Great. Thank you. And I believe we've already said we want to see variations of the coastal communities together. Seal Beach, Huntington Beach. We've like the entire area, and then also the broken up area which we've seen.
Linda, Commissioner Kutagawa, do you want to lead us on a visualization for kind of the Little Saigon area, and just so that, because we heard different definitions for Little Saigon, so I just didn't know if you wanted to lead that.
Yeah, I was trying to write down all the variations that I have. I think, can I quickly give the coastal ones? I have some coastal suggestions too.
Please do.
Okay, let me start with, all right. I would be curious as to what it would look like if we were to do that entire Orange County coast from Seal Beach all the way down to San Clemente, just for the sake of the visualization. I also, you know, understanding here the comments about having representation that centers basically Camp Pendleton. So for the families that live to either the north or south. But I did hear also or see several comments about wanting to stay within Orange County and on that part. So that would be one visualization. Another one is I would like to split the coastline. I'd be interested in seeing, and I know some of the, with all the Long Beach comments or inputs that we got, I know that this isn't going to make me very popular with them, but I would be curious to just see the visualization of this. this would be specifically Belmont Shore, starting at Belmont Shore portion of Long Beach. So if you zoom in really close, you'll see that it is a harbor-like area. Very specifically, yeah, just that segment of Long Beach. So it would be a fairly small segment, but it would be not too unlike what I'm going to ask for the rest. So Seal Beach would be included, Huntington Beach would be included, Newport Beach would be included, and I think that would still remain contiguous without including Costa Mesa. Going down to and stopping at Crystal Cove State Park, there's the 133 highway that separates Crystal Cove from Laguna Beach. I'm curious as to what that would look like. And then the other half would be from the 133 going southward towards Laguna Beach, Dana Point, San Juan Capistrano, San Clemente. And I think I'm just going to throw this in here. I don't think there would be enough population with just that coastal area. So including Camp Pendleton and also Oceanside. So then that would include all of the coastal communities, but also including both sides of Camp Pendleton as well too. That would be one. Another one I want to just explore is as per the inputs that we got, starting the district line at Orange County, and this one would include these following cities to the north. So Los Alamitos,
Commissioner Tagawa, what area are you talking about now?
yeah, so you're if you zoom in a little bit more around there, so right around where the 605 and the 405 meet. So you'll see Los Alamitos, you'll see Rossmore. We got quite a bit of inputs on that. There was mixed inputs between having Los Alamitos and Los Alamitos and Rossmore be part of Long Beach, but there, I think, are other comments about just the two of them staying together. I was thinking Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, Westminster south of the 405, Costa Mesa. I would also, so Huntington Beach, Costa Mesa, Newport Beach. And again, I'm not sure how the population numbers will work out. I also would like to see Irvine south of the actually I take that back. Irvine south of the 405 freeway included, because we heard quite a bit of feedback that is a dividing line between more the single family homes to the north, and then more of the renters and the students and others to the south of the 405. And then have that go all the way down. And again, I'm going to split this visualization into two. I think after Irvine and Newport Beach, including, I don't know if it's going to be too many people, but possibly including Newport, Laguna Beach. If we need to pick up more people, including Laguna Niguel and that white area there, I think is Aliso B Hill is there. So anything south of the 73 freeway, which is that kind of grayish line there. And then stopping at Laguna Niguel. And then that means that the other visualization that would go with that is that Dana Point, San Juan Capistrano, San Clemente, going down to San Diego, including Oceanside. It could possibly go down into Carlsbad as well too, if additional population is needed to be picked up. And then in the, I also, okay, so the inland areas where there are significant Asian and Latino communities, if we could look at Westminster, Garden Grove, Santa Ana. I think it was, Santa Ana is kind of a funny place. I know that we heard some feedback on that. I think it was callers were noting particularly the western part of Santa Ana. I'm not exactly sure where the cutoff is. I know that we got some feedback on that, but there was some including that part. Also, I think, let's look at, did I say Fountain Valley as well? And then also pulling up, let's look at that as one visualization. I think that may be a fairly significant one with the population there. If we could also look at one that would be Westminster, Midway City, Fountain Valley, Garden Grove, Stanton, and definitely the western part of Anaheim. I think the cutoff, the cutoff would be that, I think like where the 57 freeway is, where that hand is right now. That's where you start to see the difference that folks were talking about between Anaheim Hills or going towards Anaheim Hills and the communities that live, the working class communities, as some had noted, that are in Anaheim. And then another visualization would be, let's see, let's look at, actually, on the visualization that I asked for Los Alamitos, let's also include Cypress with that as well too. If we could have one with Cypress and without Cypress, I think that would be a better alignment. So the next one would be Buena Park, La Palma, Fullerton, La Habra, Brea. And let's see what that would look like. I know we got quite a bit of calls. It may also be worthwhile looking at Buena Park and Anaheim, because that, or West Anaheim, because that combines the two entertainment areas of Orange County, which is Knott's Berry Farm and Disneyland. And I think someone mentioned once before having gone to the, what is it, medieval times. So it includes things like that. It would also be good to see Brea, Fullerton, pulling into Diamond Bar, Roland Heights, Hacienda Heights. Let's also include La Habra Heights as well too. And then one additional one that would bring together Yorba Linda, Placentia, Chino Hills, and Yorba Linda, Placentia, and Chino Hills, and also Anaheim Hills down below Placentia, and together with them. That could be one. If we need to pull more population, let's look at adding in Villa Park and Orange. And then another one would be Orange, Villa Park, Tustin. The northern part of Irvine, that is north of the 405. And then again, if we need to pull more population, looking at some of the inland parts of South County, which would include the Cleveland National Forest areas and places like Trabuco Canyon, Rancho Santa Margarita, and possibly Lake Forest. I don't think we'll have to go down that far. And then just another visualization that would be just strictly just the inland part of that South County area, which would include the rural communities in that Cleveland National Forest, along that 241, and there's several other toll roads that are being built in that area, but that would include Silverado, Williams Canyon, going down towards Rancho Santa Margarita. Let's look at also Poto de Casa, going as far down as the San Diego border. So that would include Ladera Ranch and Rancho Mission Viejo. And if you need to, you could pull from, I think, Lake Forest and Mission Viejo and the Laguna Hills area as well too.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Fernandez.
Okay, I just have one, and Commissioner Kutagawa, let me know if you said this in one of yours. Unfortunately, I didn't write down all of the cities that were impacted, but it was on September 1st, caller 50. So they called in and they talked about Laguna Niguel, and they also talked about some other coastal communities. And what they were saying was they wanted people to understand that not all coastal cities are the same, and they wanted to have their own separate district from the other coastal going north. They noted there's a lot of immigrants there, Spanish-speaking individuals, and also there were undocumented workers. So I don't have all of the cities, but if you could look at, if line drawers could look at caller number 50 on September 1st, that would be great. Thank you.
Probably Laguna Niguel, San Juan Capistrano, and Ladera Ranch.
I don't know. I just put Laguna Niguel plus, so I knew there were more communities. So I want to make sure I don't leave any out. But thank you.
Commissioner Kutagawa, were you going to talk about that same one?
Yeah, I remember that call, and yes, the caller is right. Although my sense is that they're not the predominant community in that area, but there's definitely that diversity that is down there. Laguna Niguel, San Juan Capistrano, San Clemente as well too, would be an area that I know that there are diverse individuals that are not just what you see on the TV show, The OC. So I'll just say that.
Thank you. Commissioner Sadwani.
Thank you so much. I think Commissioner Kutagawa was very thorough in her request for visualization, so I'll try to be quick, but some slight variations here. Certainly, we've heard loud and clear a request for Seal Beach to San Clemente, so I'd like to see it at a minimum. I'm also hearing other callers, and I tend to agree. I mean, things like sand erosion and other environmental issues related to an ocean are going to impact San Diego County, northern San Diego County, just as much as other parts of Orange County. So anyway, let's see it. I think I definitely want to focus some of the RPV work, the VRA analysis, in that Garden Grove, Westminster area and Fountain Valley, and really see what comes of that. I think it's an important place. We've heard significantly that the Little Saigon area was split numerous times and ways. And so I'd definitely like to think about what that could look like. that could potentially include going beachward, right? Going coastal towards Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, et cetera. I'm not sure, but I look forward to that. I think I wanted to just uplift. I know Commissioner Kutagawa mentioned splitting Belmont Shore. I don't recall receiving any COI input to that effect, but I do recall callers this morning from Cypress and other areas wanting to be kept with the Long Beach area. So I would like to see that that kind of configuration. I think Stanton is one of the question marks for me of would that stay with a Westminster district or would that stay with a Long Beach kind of area? I agree completely with the Fullerton, Yorba Linda, up through Diamond Bar, Roland Heights ideas that were put out there, and would love to see those, the varying options. Chino Hills and Chino, Yorba Linda, I think there's a lot of pieces there. And my guess is we'll have multiple visualizations in this area as we go through that process. I also want to uplift the Santa Ana, Anaheim area for Rpv analysis for Latino communities. I think one of the challenges is that central region of Orange County does have a blend of Asian and Latinos. And so I think we'll have to think really carefully about how we think about that as we move forward in this process. And then, finally, the Irvine, Newport Beach, Laguna, Costa Mesa, Tustin, we've heard varying testimony about the interconnectedness of this area. I would tend to agree from what I know about the region. I could see that operating in varying directions, including parts of Tustin, even moving into Aliso Viejo and other areas. And I think I would agree with all that's been said about the Laguna Niguel, San Juan Capistrano, San Clemente, and moving down to Oceanside and continuing to see a visualization for that, in addition to full coastal.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
I hate having my hand up and the mute. So I'm kind of in the same place as Commissioner Sadwani and Commissioner Kutagawa about the mid area in Orange County. What I'm curious well, let me name the cities first. Cerritos, Buena Park, Fullerton, Anaheim, Placentia, Garden Grove, Westminster, Santa Ana, and then the northern part, the northeast part of Irvine. That's a lot, I know. But what I'm curious is also to do Rpv, but looking at how are Asian and Latinos voting, and it might be looking at, and I know we can't do this, but I'm going to say it anyway, looking at the different Asian communities, because the Asian community in North Irvine is a wealthier community than Little Saigon Asian. And I think it's going to be important to try to figure out exactly which would be the right mix. There's going to be a socioeconomic piece in this as well. But all those communities are really can end up being some really cool combinations. I don't think this one's possible, but I'm going to throw it out there because
Commissioner Sinai, can you could you please clarify when you say the northeast part of Irvine? Did you have a specific area? Okay, thank you.
Hold on. I think it was, sorry, I thought I was just building off of, in my head. Actually, it's the, I was building off of Linda, but I wasn't. What I'm seeing in the data I'm looking at right now is the Santa Ana, north of the Santa Ana Freeway, which is the 5. Northeast, depending what angle you're looking at it.
Thank you.
I don't think this one's possible, but San Juan Capistrano does have a group, a Latino community that's completely forgotten. And it's been like that for years. And I didn't know if there's a way to connect San Juan Capistrano east, so visualization going on Ortega Freeway over to Ortega Oaks and Lake Elsinore, and then to that large Latino community in Riverside. So that was my thinking outside the box, if we could visualize that one. I'm enjoying looking at Commissioner Kennedy's eyes. And I think that was, oh, I think you did Walnut, Chino Hills, Roland Heights. That one, I think several of you have said, right, to look at the Asian community in that area. We're looking at it combined.
Yeah,
I forgot
we
to
also-
include Walnut.
Yeah, we also did that one in LA. That same, the variations of that. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. I'm sorry, did you have more? No, thank you very much. Commissioner Kudokawa.
Yeah, I wanted to build on something that Commissioner Sinai just said in terms of looking at the various Asian communities. I think the Asian communities, particularly in that northeastern part of the county, which is like Brea, Fullerton, from an Rpv analysis, is going to be similar to a profile that you might see in Irvine, but is going to be different from the profiles that you would see in Anaheim, Stanton, Garden Grove, and Westminster. So I just wanted to note that. Another thought that I had is in looking at, what you were saying, Commissioner Sinai, about, some other kind of connections. Cerritos has a significant Asian population. I can't remember if this was talked about, but perhaps Cerritos, I don't know, I guess maybe a visualization that incorporates Cerritos, Cypress, maybe Buena Park, La Mirada, and Fullerton, only because I do know that from the communities that are in that just general area, Troy High School and Whitney High School are a couple of the schools that oftentimes get brought up from within Asian communities. And I know that there's a lot of travel in between that region because of those schools. And so it could be a unifying kind of issue from a community of interest point of view for that region there. But it would be, Cerritos, La Palma, Cypress, Buena Park, La Mirada, and Fullerton, possibly La Habra too. And maybe even Brea. Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Kudokawa. Now, do we want to, we've given a lot of direction and we've sort of said, follow the communities of interest, but do we need to pop down to San Diego?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, then Commissioner Sinai, you're going to walk us through the...
I'm sorry, guys, but San Diego is very diverse, and trying to ignore it is not going to fly.
No one's trying to ignore it, heavens no.
Well, you just said, do we need to do communities of interest in San Diego? So yes, we did. I'd like to start in City Heights, which is kind of in the center of the city of San Diego. And the reason I want to start there is because it's the most diverse part of San Diego. That's where refugees and immigrants first usually land, and then from there they go out. Some of you may or may not know that the reason San Diego and Orange County have so many refugees is because back in Vietnam War, the first refugees that were ever brought to the United States were brought through Camp Pendleton. And so that's why we have that whole infrastructure set up in these areas. And so what we've heard, what I found fascinating from the communities of interest, looking at City Heights, and this is probably more explanation than you all need, but City Heights is being torn in different directions. So if you're an African refugee and you're looking at the Muslim refugee community going east, so we heard City Heights, La Mesa to El Cajon, kind of following the 8 freeway, El Cajon Boulevard. And that's the other thing that's tough is we've got El Cajon City and then we've got El Cajon Boulevard. The other thing, though, you heard was also Southeast San Diego, because that's our Black community wanting to be connected with City Heights. And so what does make sense, what could make sense, and it would be interesting to look RPV wise, is City Heights, Southeast San Diego, and then going east towards El Cajon.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Commissioner. Are there neighborhoods? Is there like a neighborhood map for us who aren't from around there, so we can?
Yeah, that's a good question. We've been trying to find that, right, Andrew?
Yeah, there's not an official. They used to have one, and they removed it. So they have community planning areas, which is different than the neighborhoods. A lot of the people who've called in have talked about specific neighborhoods. So, but we do have. During the public input, we do have a very good definition of city heights. So, and if Commissioner Sinai, if you just want to describe, I think it's in that triangle.
Yeah, I keep circling it with my little thing, like anyone can see what I'm doing. Yeah. So yeah, City Height is the 15 El Cajon Boulevard down to the 94, and then kind of, yeah, where and then El Cajon Boulevard usually like right, I think connects like, oh, and then the 54 down, sorry. So it's like this little area, this area is, it's pretty good on that. And then down below it is what we call Southeast San Diego. It's the area that's kind of surrounding National City to a certain extent, except for the far left of that is Barrio Logan, which we heard a lot about. So Barrio Logan, Logan Heights used to be one community. When they built the 5, they kind of cut it in half. So the other way that City Heights is viewed is City Heights connected to Barrio Logan, Logan Heights, Sherman Heights. So it's all the neighborhoods going up this way, and then going straight south. So going all the way down to the border, and that's called South Bay. So that would be another visualization. Coronado is not included. Now, Coronado, people will tell you it's an island, but as you can see, it's an isthmus. And a lot, what people were asking was connect Coronado to the city of San Diego, to downtown San Diego. I'm not sure there's a lot of military bases down here, and we didn't really hear from folks around these military bases. The other piece I wanted us to make sure is National City, which I think I just saw it. It's the green, right? National City is divided right now. It is a really unique community that's almost 50% Latino and 50% Filipino. But I think if we do an RPV of National City, you'll see that they kind of vote together. National City when they've called in, have asked to be kept together. And so I just wanted to put that out there, that they want to be kept in Assembly, Senate, and congressional districts together. Now let's go to the east, east towards El Cajon. Yeah, so when we were talking about the tribal lands, if it's not an area that's big enough, I think if we include Riverside, it can have enough population. But if not, if we do the terrain, you'll see that Harbison Canyon, Alpine, Crest, Hamul, and all the unincorporated areas kind of all fit in together in that in the mountain kind of region in that area. So that would be another visualization. Then Poway has asked not to be with the city of San Diego, which I thought was interesting, just because I've always thought it, but I don't know if Poway, Ramona, Escondido, San Pascual, even I think San Pascual has some tribal lands there. But if that would be one visualization, including San Diego County country estates, and there's a lot of unincorporated areas in that part. The other visualization would be starting at Escondido and going west on the 78. So this is a 78 corridor. This is where I know Commissioner Furnishari wants to spend some time trying all the microbrews off of the 78 corridor. So it's Escondido, San Marcos, Vista, Oceanside, Carlsbad. And you've got San Marcos University there. So it's and the unincorporated areas. So I guess if you're doing that, you might as well include Bonsall and Valley Center as well. Just see if you can do that. And then I want to go to Camp Pendleton, because I think if we can do the Orange County and the San Diego Orange Camp Pendleton. So if we were to look at Camp Pendleton as the center, I'd be curious to see kind of San Clemente. I don't know what's right next to San Clemente, but then Temecula, Rainbow, Bonsai, Vista, San Marcos, Oceanside, and maybe even Carlsbad. And again, I'm thinking outside the box, so that's a what if. Now, I'm going to, the what ifs, if Orange County, if we did stop the one area building off at San Clemente, so we would start at Camp Pendleton and go from Camp Pendleton south along the coast to La Jolla, but not include UC San Diego. And so, because we received a call asking UC San Diego to be I'll talk about that in a second. So if we go down the coast, so that would include Del Mar, Solana Beach, maybe Fairbank Ranch, Rancho Santa Fe, Encinitas, both sides of the 5 for Encinitas, please. Carlsbad, San Marcos, Vista, Oceanside. So if we could have that as a visualization. If building off of what Commissioner Akutagawa said, if we were going to finish her visualization at Oceanside using Camp Pendleton, then we'd probably need to start at Carlsbad, San Marcos, Rancho Santa Fe, Encinitas, Solana Beach, Del Mar, La Jolla. The other reason I wanted to look at the 78 before I forget is that is a Latino corridor as well. And then Escondido and Valley Center is another Latino corridor, just to figure out the RPV analysis kind of in North County, San Diego, those would be the areas. And then finally for the Asian, I haven't even done anything with the city of San Diego because mainly that was the one part we were waiting for. Elfin Forest fits in with San Marcos. And sometimes they want to fit in. I think Elfin Forest was called in along with Harmony Grove. Sometimes they want to be part of San Marcos and sometimes with Escondido. So all that unincorporated area, we can try it in the different places. Going further south now, since I've missed the whole middle part, UC San Diego is right by the 52 and the 5. Go down a little bit. Right there. So if you kind of can you zoom out a little? Sorry. So Miramar, there's Miramar Road and Miramar Base. Miramar Base is Top Gun. Miramar Road goes right above Miramar Base. That whole Miramar, Sorrento Valley, and UCSD, and Claremont, which is right at the 52, 805, and 163. It's kind of this all purple area above 52 is if we can look at that for an Asian kind of RPV to see if that works. And then the other Asian RPV we were asked, which was I thought the one that they was Convoy, Linda Vista. So you're going to go where the 163 hits the 805, that triangle, and then the triangle kind of below it is what they were saying. So it's the new, it's the one that we've just received from the Asian, the Pan Asian Cultural and Business Innovation District. And then downtown San Diego with Coronado, and kind of moving Hillcrest, Normal Heights. So it's going to be all the 8 along the 8 until you hit City Heights. So until you hit the 15, yeah, all of that area. I don't know if that's going to be enough people. Would be another visualization. And from there, I am going to say, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. And Commissioner Sinai, let me know if you said some of these, because there were quite a few. The one I was looking at was National City, Chula Vista, and City Heights. What I found interesting was we actually had various speakers, and they were all from different ethnicities. We had the Filipino, Asian American, Latino population, and East African and Black. So I think that would be a really good district or visualization to look at. And then I think you might have said this one, Commissioner Sinai, Oceanside, Fallbrook, and Camp Pendleton. I'm not sure if you did that one specifically. And those, I think, were my only 2 aside from what Commissioner Sinai has already talked about. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Fernandez. I just had one I was going to add because there was people who called in and said Escondido north along the 15, not San Carlos, not Carlsbad, but more like in the Valley Center, Hidden Meadows, Bonsai, Paula and Fallbrook, Rainbow, up to Temecula if necessary.
I think Commissioner Kennedy had mentioned that one. So yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez, did you have another one? No. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I just to follow up on Commissioner Fernandez's, because I definitely heard that area, but also in addition to that, Barrio Logan Heights, Lincoln Park, and I can't pronounce any words late in the day. Encanto and Mountain View, as well as National City, and maybe perhaps portions of Chula Vista and San Diego as a Hispanic focused area. And I think Sinai covered some of these, and I think Alicia as well, but maybe a visualization of what that might look like in terms of community of interest that covers the Barrio Logan being the center of it, sounds like.
Well, the interesting thing is you have Imperial Beach and San Isidro is right on the border, and San Isidro is actually part of the city of San Diego because it's a border town, kind of like San Pedro and LA City. But San Isidro is much more comfortable being with Chula Vista, the whole area you just brought up as well.
So potentially adding San Isidro as well, although I didn't hear that in the testimony, but if the line drawers can look at potentials.
They usually said down to the border, and so San Isidro's right at the border.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Kudokawa.
Yeah, I realized that when Commissioner Sinai was going through the visualizations, I know I asked for a couple visualizations that included South Orange County along with Camp Pendleton. And I think one of the visualizations was from Laguna Beach all the way down through at least stopping at Oceanside. And then another one was, I believe, I think from Dana Point all the way down to Carlsbad. And what I wanted to ask the line drawers is that I just remember that there was a comment about including Bonsall and Fallbrook as well. And so depending on what the population numbers are, could you also do one that includes Fallbrook and Bonsall on those visualizations as well too? Great. Thank you very much. I'm just about to pass this over to Commissioner Chair Fornaciari. We still have to do a review of the readback.
Can we just do Imperial really quickly? Because we haven't really done Imperial. There's 2 visualizations for Imperial.
Okay, Commissioner Kennedy did give us on Imperial.
Yeah. Okay, we have 2 minutes, so can you do it in 2 minutes? Or do you want to do it when we come back?
Oh, it's break. Well, I think Commissioner Kennedy gave one of them that we've heard. It's the one we've heard the most, which it is Imperial, Salton Sea up to East Coachella Valley. Definitely keep Imperial together, but the other one is Imperial County and down across the border of San Diego. So going, and that's the district. That's how they're district now. So I wanted to be able to kind of look at both of those. So I'm done.
Yeah, when we come back from break, we're just going to ask for a little clarification how far you want to go. But thank you.
Okay, well, with that, you'll have to figure out how far you want to go, Commissioner Sinai. And we'll take a break for 15 minutes and we'll come back and wrap this up. Thanks. Well, welcome back, California. We were just wrapping up guidance to our line drawing team on visualizations we'd like to see, very, very preliminary visualizations. I think at this point we are getting ready to review the final set of direction. So I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. We're just wrapping up one last comment about Imperial County. In terms of San Diego, I'm going to ask Commissioner Sinai if she could clarify that, please.
Okay, so I try to look at a map to make it make sense. But you all, it's just a visualization. So Imperial County going east on the 8, turning left on Japatul, turning left on Lions Valley, turning left on Honey, then going to Otay Lake, straight to Chula Vista, and everything down towards the border. It sounds funny, I know, but it's looking at the Latino communities from Imperial all the way over, even though I think a lot of the ones in between Imperial and Chula Vista are very small communities. The other thought is the Native American, the tribal lands going from Imperial up to Riverside. San Diego to Riverside. I don't know if we probably have tribal lands also in Imperial, or we don't. So I would say all of Imperial County with the tribal lands that we have defined would be another visualization that I'd find interesting. So I leave it at that. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Sinai. With that, I believe it's time to turn it back to the line drawers and to see if they need any clarification. And then I think the staff will do read back.
Yeah, I thank you, Commissioner Anderson, and thank you all the commissioners. We have a lot of great descriptions today, and the opportunity to provide you with many visualizations. So thank you everybody for doing your homework and thinking about this. I will turn it over to Marcy and her team to read back the descriptions and the directions and make sure that we've captured everything before we go off and start creating these visualizations before the meetings on October 4th, 5th, and 6th. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Andrew Amaro on our team is going to recap the notes. Go ahead, Andrew.
Good afternoon, commissioners. All right. So first up, we have Commissioner Kennedy. For his first visualization is from Coachella Valley to Blythe, binded from Riverside County line north and south. Second one is all of Imperial County. The note here is City of Coachella to the east to the Arizona border, including Borrego Springs and to the Colorado River, south of the 10 to Desert Center, and up to the southern tip of Nevada, San Bernardino County line. The next one is Lake Arrowhead, Crestline, San Bernardino National Forest, Coachella until Indio, and Imperial County. The next one is Banning, Yucaipa, Idlewild, and Anza. His next one is Paris, Moreno Valley, and Riverside.
Andrew, can you back up a second?
Sure.
Can you go back to the Lake Arrowhead, Big Bear, Crestline one?
Yeah.
And tell me what you have.
Have Lake Arrowhead, Crestline, San Bernardino National Forest, Coachella until Indio, and Imperial County.
No, the Morongo Basin.
Morongo Basin, okay.
Not Imperial Valley.
And then you mentioned Big Bear too, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, 1 minute, Andrew. Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. If any of us, you are hearing your read back and something's different, go ahead and pause Andrew right then so he can clarify it and we can get, rather than trying to have to go back. So thank you. Continue.
Okay. I think I was on Paris, Moreno Valley, and Riverside. The next visualization is Victor Valley, Los Angeles County, part of Antelope Valley, and Barstow. Next is Lake Elsinore, Menifee, Wildomar, Temescal Valley, and French Valley. I have Corona, Norco, Eastvale, Europa Valley.
Andrew,
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, on that Lake Elsinore, Menifee, Wildomar, Temescal Valley, that also has Murrieta and Temecula.
Murrieta, okay.
And did you go through the Cabazon, Banning, Beaumont one? That was after Lake Arrowhead, Big Bear.
Yeah, mm-hmm. I said that.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no worries. So it was, for that other one, it was Murrieta and
Temecula.
Temecula, thank you. All right, and the next one, the Corona, Norco, Eastvale, Europa Valley, which might need city council districts. Next one is Montclair, Ontario, mountains to the north. Rialto, Fontana, San Bernardino, Grand Terrace, Loma Linda, and Redlands. And finally, there's northern San Bernardino County, which includes Barstow, north of the 40, Kern, and Inyo counties.
That's the eastern part of Kern, east of the mountains, so east of Tehachapi. Basically, and going all the way up to Ridgecrest.
Okay. Okay. Got it. And then we have Commissioner Fernandez next. Wanted to look at tribal communities east of San Diego and Riverside. And then she wanted to repeat Commissioner Kennedy's second visualization. And then after that, I have Commissioner Anderson, Temecula with San Diego along the 15, Temecula with Rainbow, Fallbrook, and Bonsall, Homeland and Hemet going east, Riverside, Moreno Valley, and Paris. And then it went back to Commissioner Fernandez, and we have Santa Ana and Anaheim together. It goes back to Commissioner Anderson, Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, and the entire area.
Sorry, that's coastal area.
Coastal area, thank you. Akutagawa, Commissioner Akutagawa, we have, it's a long list, of course. Orange County coastal from Seal Beach and San Clemente, in respect to the military communities. Another one to split the coastline, Belmont Shore of Long Beach, Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, and stopping at Crystal Cove. From 133 going south to Laguna Point, Dana Point, San Clemente, Oceanside, and both sides of Camp Pendleton. Another one for Los Alamitos, Rossmore, Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, Westminster south of the 405, Costa Mesa, Newport Beach, Irvine south of the 405, all the way down to Laguna Beach and Laguna Niguel, south of the 73 freeway. A variation was asked to have one with Cypress and then without Cypress. Next, I have Westminster, Garden Grove, western part of Santa Ana, Fountain Valley, which is keeping the Asian American community together. I have another one for Westminster, Midway City, Fountain Valley, Garden Grove, Stanton, western part of Anaheim. The cutoff would be the 57 freeway. Next up is Buena Park, La Palma, Fullerton, La Habra, and Brea. And then I have another one of Buena Park in West Anaheim. Brea, Fullerton, pulling into Diamond Bar, Rolling Heights, and Hacienda Heights. There's one for Yorba Linda, Placenta, Chino Hills, Anaheim Hills. And if we need more population, we could pull from Villa Park and Orange. Next is Orange, Villa Park, Tustin, north of the 405 Irvine. And if we need more population, Cleveland National Forest areas, Trabuco Canyon. And then there's one for rural communities of Cleveland National Forest, including Silverado, Williams Canyon, Coto de Caza, Ladera Ranch, Rancho Mission Viejo, and to the San Diego County border if we need to pull from it. It then went to Commissioner Fernandez, who mentioned Laguna Niguel, plus from referencing caller 50 from the September 1st public input meeting. Also have Commissioner Sidwani here, Seal Beach to San Clemente, in regards to the sand environmental issues. Another one for VRA analysis of Garden Grove, Westminster, Fountain Valley, because it's been mentioned several times that Little Saigon has been split multiple ways. I have Cypress with Long Beach, Westminster District and Santa Ana, Fullerton up through Diamond Bar, Rolling Heights. And then I have Irvine, Newport Beach, Laguna, Tustin, because we heard about interconnectedness between those areas. And then also mentioned was Laguna moving down to Oceanside, seeing a visualization for that of the full coastal. And then next I went to Commissioner Sinai. A visualization of Cerritos, Buena Park, Anaheim, Fullerton, Placenta, Santa Ana, northeast part of Irvine, north of the Santa Ana Freeway, which is the 5 northeast, to see how Asians and Latinos are voting. Next is San Juan Capistrano, Ortega Freeway to Ortega Oaks and Lake Elsinore. And then next is Walnut, Chino Hills, and Rowland Heights. It then goes to Commissioner Kutagawa, northeastern part of county, which is Brea and Fullerton. Next is Cerritos, Cypress, possibly Buena Park, Fullerton, and La Mirada. And then even more of a possibility, La Alhambra and Brea. And then finally, we have Commissioner Sinai, City Heights, La Mesa to El Cajon, following the 8 freeway. Southeast San Diego, City Heights, east towards.
Andrew?
Yeah.
This is Commissioner Snide. If you found any mistakes in what I gave, you can go ahead and correct them. You have my permission since you're my partner in crime in this area.
Okay. All right, got it. And then we have Southeast San Diego, City Heights, east towards El Cajon. Another one to keep National City together. We have Harbison Canyon, Crest, Humboldt, Alpine, and incorporated areas, including tribal areas. Poway, Ramona, Escondido, San Pasqual, and San Diego County Country Estates, including tribal areas. Escondido going west on the 78, San Marcos, Vista, Carlsbad, Bonsall, Valley Center. Camp Pendleton, we have another one for Camp Pendleton, San Clemente, Temecula, Oceanside, Carlsbad, Rainbow, Bonsall. Next is San Clemente along the coast of La Jolla, but not including UC San Diego, but include Rancho Santa Fe, Carlsbad, Encinitas, Solana Beach, and Del Mar. Next is Carlsbad, San Marcos, Rancho Santa Fe, Del Mar, Encinitas, La Jolla. We also have Miramar, Sorrento Valley, UC San Diego, Claremont, above the 52, as an Asian Rpv. Convoy, Linda Vista, within that triangle of the 163, 805, and 52. And then finally, downtown San Diego, Coronado, Hillcrest, Normal Heights, along the 8 until the 15 freeway. And then it goes to Commissioner Fernandez, National City, Chula Vista, City Heights, and then Oceanside, Fallbrook, and Camp Pendleton. And then it goes to Commissioner Anderson, which is Escondido, Bonsall, Fallbrook, and Rainbow. And then Commissioner Toledo, Barrio Logan, Logan Heights, Lincoln Park, Encanto, Mountain View, National City, and perhaps adding Chula Vista and San Isidro. And then it goes to Commissioner Kutagawa, Laguna Beach going to Oceanside, Dana Point to Carlsbad, could pull population that could include Bonsall and Fallbrook. And then our final commissioner, Sinai, Imperial County and east of the 8, including Otay Lakes. I didn't get all the terms, but I can include that. And then finally, tribal lands from San Diego to Riverside. And that's it.
Do the mappers need me to give you the turns, or did you get the turns?
We got the turns. Yes, it was a good description. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Andrew. Oh, and now I'm going to pass it back to Andrew.
Oh. I was just giving, if anybody had any other clarifications. Otherwise, I think we have, thank you, Andrew, and Marcy and Ashley and everybody on the Marcy's team that did a great job capturing the directions that you gave us over the last 3 meetings. As you can imagine, we have dozens, probably close to hundreds of visualizations that we'll be working on over the next 2 weeks, and really look forward to coming back to you with the official data coming out next week, and with continuing working with the VRA lawyers and Megan, and getting some of that additional input on that. I think that's going to give us a great start when we get into early October and start meeting to talk about these visualizations. Again, the visualizations are meant to be a starting point. Don't worry if you didn't get your visualization in. If you in October, will allow us to just go through the process, because then it's a weekly iteration that we'll be working together with your direction, to telling us what needs to be changed, obviously with the VRA lawyers as well, but going through this process every week over in October. So there's lots of times to give additional feedback. So if you think of something tomorrow or in 2 weeks, there's additional time to give us that feedback and ask for additional visualizations. So with that, thank you everybody who for your directions. It was very, very clear. So thank you for that, and I'll turn it back to Commissioner Anderson.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Andrew and Karen and Jamie and John and Kennedy and everybody else who's been helping us through this process these last several days. I just want to say thank you, and I also want to thank you to the commissioners who did their homework and really have done everything that we're supposed to be doing, and for doing wonderful presentations of the review of the information that's come in through the office. This was actually, we've seen it, but we want to make sure that the public heard that. So I really appreciate all the hard work. Thank you very much. And I'm going to go ahead and turn this back over to Commissioner Fornashari.
Well, thank you. So see, at this point, that concludes agenda item number 5, and that was the last item on our agenda. So I'm going to ask Katie to ask for public comment on agenda item number 5 and general public comment.
Yes, Chair. The Commission will now take public comment on agenda item number 5 and public comment on items not on the agenda for general public comment. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 874-2644-7183 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And at this time, we have caller with the last 4 is 0964. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing star 6. And the floor is yours.
Great. First and foremost, I thank the commissioners for looking at the coastal cities of Orange County as one. And one of the things I wanted to bring up I didn't hear, and I've listened for the last few hours, is there's 3 harbors in Orange County. You have Dana Point Harbor, which is in Dana Point. You have Newport Beach Harbor, and you also have Huntington Beach. And it's great that you guys are thinking about this, so I appreciate that. But that's another factor on top of the sand replenishment and on top of a lot of other things that were brought up earlier. Also, I do sit at the boundary of Dana Point, Laguna Niguel, and Laguna Beach. So I have 3 districts within literally a half a mile to maybe a mile of me. And Laguna Niguel, it's nice. It's not part of the beach communities. It's more of a Lake Forest, Mission Viejo thing. So I like to hear that. Also, it's good to hear that you guys are thinking about maybe San Juan being pulled east a little bit because it's more of a rancher community, maybe pulling that east and including some of those northern San Diego County east cities, along with maybe even Coda de Caza. So it's good to hear that, but it's really exciting that you guys are considering the coastal community of being one, all the way from Seal Beach all the way down to San Clemente. I think that would be great. I thank you guys all for that.
30 seconds.
And have a great day. Okay, I appreciate it. And I guess one last thing to throw in there is, you know, this sand replenishment issue is such a key issue. I mean, we get $4.8 billion from tourism, and $14.8 billion is a lot of money. So if we can keep the coast together, we would really like it. Keep Laguna Niguel a little bit out, and try and include San.
Time.
Well, thank you so much for tuning in this afternoon and for calling in and giving us your input. We appreciate it. Thank you.
And up next, we have caller with the last four, 6045. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours. Caller 6045, can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, sorry, yeah, I had myself still on mute.
That's
Can you hear
okay.
me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Pete Amundsen. I live over in Seal Beach, not too far from the Navy base. And as I've heard today, one person in the past, we have some unique environmental issues and sand replenishment issues that are kind of unique to our part of the coastal part of Orange County, from Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, down to Newport, and even a little further, that with the sand coming out of the river, with sand erosion here by the Navy base, we have some unique situations that it'd be really great to see us all in one representatives district so that we can approach these issues and make sure we don't lose any more sand and that everybody can enjoy our beautiful beaches. But just want to say thank you for your time, and just wanted to see our coastal beach communities kept together.
Well, thank you for calling in and supporting our work. We really appreciate it.
And up next, we have caller 9534. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing *6. The floor is yours.
Hi, I'm calling in from Huntington Beach, and I've lived in the coastal community for over 30 years. And I would also like to see the beach cities of Orange County to be unified under, one representative, one voice. And I'd like them to go from Seal Beach down to San Clemente. Keep them together because our ecosystem is different than other cities when you get more inland. And one thing we have to address is climate change, and the beaches are just different. And the beaches from Seal Beach down to San Clemente have more similar climate, rather than if you get up to Long Beach, the climate is very different and the temperatures are actually a little bit warmer because they don't get the breezes that we do. So I think that's important that we have representatives that actually knows about our area and can focus on our area as a whole. For something that we're going to have to address is climate change. It's very important. Our tourism is very important, and something that people don't realize is the surfing industry is huge, and it attracts millions and millions of dollars. And where you get the very similar surfing industry is from Seal Beach down to San Clemente. So please keep the beach industries all together, beach cities all together, and keep them within Orange County so we can streamline everything if we need to reach out to different departments. I think my time's up. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your input. We really appreciate it.
And up next, we have caller 8202. I'd like to invite those that have just called in. Please press star 9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. Caller 8202. The floor is yours.
Okay. I'm calling from Hemet, and I just want to do an addendum to what you're talking about. Anza and Idlewild are in the Hemet Unified School District. Mountain Jacinto College, Junior College District includes Banning, Beaumont, and Temecula in terms of communities of interest and land masses and whatnot. And I just want to thank you guys for doing a wonderful job. You guys are wonderful. It's a mess. And thank you.
Well, thank you for that compliment. We really appreciate that. It has been a long few days, and we're all very tired, and it's really great to get complimented like that. Thank you.
I'd like to invite caller with the last 5439. If you called in to give comment this evening, please press star 9 on your telephone keypad. This will raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. Caller 5439. If you wish to give comment, just press star 6. We'll just go that route. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kelly Earnby. I am a resident of Huntington Beach in Orange County. I have lived in the beach cities in Orange County for over 20 years and also lived in the beach cities in San Diego, including Oceanside and Carlsbad. I'm also an environmental prosecutor, and so I am calling to support those that have already commented that it would be a good idea to keep the beach cities together. I think the earlier comments about somehow including Dana Point all the way down to Carlsbad is a very bad idea. There's a huge Camp Pendleton gap in between the cultures, the community, the issues are totally different. I think it makes much more sense to keep Orange County coastal cities together. We do share the same environmental issues. We have the same tourism and network for bringing guests to our beaches, and it would make more sense to keep those cities together, all of the cities, in fact, on the coastal Orange County. So I would encourage the commissioners not to break up the beach cities by and keep them all in Orange County and not do a San Diego Orange County divide. And that is all I have to say. Thank you for listening and diligently doing your job. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Well, thank you for listening and calling in and providing feedback. We really appreciate it. We couldn't do our jobs without it. So that was our last caller. So just a couple of housekeeping things. We have our next business meeting on the 23rd. And so we will be posting a schedule of events for that business meeting a day or two ahead of time. So the public can know what we're going to talk about when, or at least as best as we know it at the time. And stay tuned on the 20th for the release of the census data from the statewide database. Yay for that. There will be a press release on that on the 20th or the 21st, whenever it actually comes out. And then, as we mentioned before, this exercise of the past 3 days has been to give direction to our line drawing team based on the input that we've heard from you. Give them input on visualizations to bring back for us once they have the census data. That's the very first preliminary step in our line drawing process, and it's going to enable us to see, what's feasible and what's not feasible, at least initially. Those meetings will be coming in October, late September, October. So look for those, and we're all very much looking forward to that. Let's see. I too want to thank everyone who worked so hard over these last 3 days on this meeting. The commission staff who always work tirelessly to support us, and extra time and Saturdays and going late to support us. Our videographers, our ASL interpreters, our captioners, our court reporters, helping us out, working long hours. line drawing team, just outstanding work and support, including the VRA Council, the whole team. Sarah and Jane, you guys have been killing it, and this has been a ton of work for you too. And we are all deeply, deeply grateful for your hard work. And finally, I want to thank everyone I forgot to thank. So whoever I forgot, love you too. I apologize. And then finally, I want to thank the public. We certainly could not do this without you. And the outpouring of input this morning and really shows us, your engagement and your interest in this process. It really helps us and energizes us, to do our best work. So thank you all for that. And my fellow commissioners for putting it in these last 3 days. So I think I got everyone, I hope. And with that, I will adjourn this meeting.